You talked about the
even on policies at times.
You talked about the
look at if he's not fidgeting, what is subsidy doing at his own time?
No,
if he's not fidgeting.
You know, people have tried to always remind us that in 2012 we took to the streets. You and I were actively involved.
Of course.
Because he removed subsidy, and I've tried to educate them. I said, look, what we had with Jonathan was that we wanted to have an intellectual discussion about this subsidy. And while Jonathan was pretending to listen to us, he went and did something else. And because we told him in 2010, when Goodluck Jonathan took over from late Yar'Adua, if I remember vividly, because I wrote an article on it, the amount of money being used to service the fuel subsidy regime was less than 300 billion naira in a year. When Jonathan became president in 2010, when Yar'Adua died, it rose to about 700 billion.
Yes.
Then by 2011, Jonathan said it was now about 1.3, and we said no, Mr. President, there's fraud in this thing, in this scheme. And Jonathan was pretending as if we were talking to the Marines, only for us to wake up on October 1, 2012, and realize that President Goodluck Jonathan had removed the subsidy and increased the petrol pump price. Because the major reason why we fought President Goodluck Jonathan, I think our viewers, I want them to understand, was that President Goodluck Jonathan did not show good faith with the resources of the Nigerian people as president. President Goodluck Jonathan, I remember a conversation former Senate President Bukola Saraki said he had with him, that he told him that this fuel subsidy is a scam. And President Goodluck Jonathan told him that, Senator, then he was not saying, he said the oil business is very oily. So President Goodluck Jonathan was a leader that when you identify a problem to him, the man doesn't know what to do.
I told you,
he will just say, leave it like that.
No, you understand, the man is fidgety. He's fidgety because he look at the complication of the consequence of what he might want to do.
Yes.
So the way out,
he was not decisive.
The way out is very rocky. He doesn't want to.
He doesn't want to rock any boat. So he wants things to go as usual.
Even the kind of person who make an INEC president, the profile, everything, you should examine it very well. So those were the things, and like all this you have also mentioned, is majorly part of it. So eventually, when the coalition came, it was easy for the coalition. It was a walkover.
Yes, but it was a walkover. Yes, he himself knew it.
But that's why the election was. When Buhari came on board, he surrounded himself with people who were authorities on political matters. So any coalition is dead on arrival. So, and part of the kitchen cabinet, politically of Buhari that time, that didn't make coalition work against his own government. It's not a president. So, in my mind, I know that the coalition will have a rough time to succeed. But they have to be very careful. They have to warn them. They have to be. So, all this concern that we are raising is not because we are member of any of their party, but because it's our responsibility to make sure that
issues.
All the political parties are healthy.
Yes,
so that democracy can fledge and can have good governance.
Absolutely,
and that's the essence.
I agree with you. I agree. You know, the other day when before the Supreme Court gave a ruling on the secretaryship of the PDP between Ude Okoye and Samuel Anyanwu, you know, we were concerned, and even the case of Rivers State, that the president that was a state controlled by the PDP. If the PDP had been a healthy party, they would have been able to resolve.
Work out how to resolve it.
Look at the crisis that happened in the Lagos State House of Assembly. The APC, as the ruling party, was able to call all the gladiators and everything. You know, was resolved amicably.
As sensitive as it is.
Yes. So I agree with you absolutely that a viral democracy requires the critical ingredient of viral political parties. When political parties become one-man business or about one man's interest, or only about when they are, because when the APC unseated the PDP in power, the APC was the opposition. They were not at the center. But since the APC has destroyed the PDP from the center. It's like because of the lack of accessibility to resources, PDP is sinking.
They are now in tatters.
They are now in tatters.
Just because they don't have access to our national covers.
Yes, so I think that is a wake-up call to...
And that's a very bad motivation.
It's a very, very bad one. You can say that again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we want to go on a short break. You are still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. We'll be right back. Welcome back. You are still watching the conversation coming to you from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. My name remains Nesina Kujimi, and I still have with me in the studio, Comrade Razak Kolade Olokoba. Comrade Olokoba, thank you for staying with us.
Thank you very much.
Yes, in this, we want to quickly look at, we want to go into sports. And it is the 2026 World Cup qualifiers, the African qualifiers that we are going into. Nigeria, your Nigeria, our Nigeria, some hours ago, faltered in the 2026 World Cup qualification bid. The 2026 World Cup will be hosted by 3 countries, USA, Canada, and Mexico. And the Super Eagles, who showed class, maybe about 96 to 120 hours ago in defeating Rwanda 2 goals, to 0 in Kigali. Just some hours ago, faltered in their bid to qualify for 2026 World Cup by playing a 1-1 score draw with Zimbabwe right here in Nigeria. And ever since this match took place, a lot of people have written off these Eagles' chances of qualifying. And for me, it brings to fore the question again that I've always asked. What is really the problem with the Nigeria's senior national team? Is it about players or about the technical crew? We had a Genetra. We had a Passero. We had an Augustine Eguavoin. We had a Finidi George. Then we had an Eric Chelle.
Well, the way I feel about watching Nigerian football, if that's actually you feel when you're watching other matches, I feel for football lovers. Because I don't watch football. Well, when it comes to Nigerian football, I don't joke with it too. You have to go to World Cup. If I don't go to World Cup, it's going to really depress me. So,
how do we go to the? How do we qualify now with the present situation we are in?
You see, let's just get crash and go. But the deficiency in all the institutions in Nigeria, you can't leave football out of it. Mm-hmm. Look at the recruitment process. It's just coincidence that we always get good players. So the recruitment process is always faulty. You bring the coaching orderly, and you expect him to perform wonders. I know football. You guys are so impatient. If you win, you are like a Nigerian politician. If you win, the coach is a good guy. No, if we lose like this, the coach is in trouble.
No, Kolomelo, you see,
I go to Manchester, and at times I go to the stadium to watch football. Not to go and watch football for my own. And I will see football lovers outside. They don't watch football. They just want to hear their match are flawed. Then they start causing chaos, hooliganism. So that attitude is still number one. Then the Nigerian attitude is also part of the contribution to why we don't do well.
What is the Nigerian attitude?
The board itself,
NFF
board are not doing a good job at all.
In what way?
They have to give the coach a breathing space to perform.
Do you think they are muzzling the coach?
Yes, because the coach must dominate his players. He must try to, not with one match. Friendly can be friendly. The spirit in playing friendly is different from when it's a real match.
Of course.
So you won't understand the rating of a player with a friendly until it gets to the real competition. And real competition, I'm a sport person. I'm a black belt in karate. So when I'm doing combat with my teammates. It's different when we are going for medals. The spirit of going for medal is always different. But when we go to national matches, when we sustain injuries, is that an assurance that when I come back home, are you going to fend for me? Payment of these allowances. Then kickbacks. Except like important players like Osimhen. And they still find a way of harassing him out of it. So the rot in other institutions is still there until such a time that we have to inject patriotism in NFF. That this thing is not about the benefit that is going to accrue to you. It's about, because for me, I can't be the coach.
Patriotism.
Patriotism, and which is the motivation factor in other countries. It's not the money that Ronaldo is go and play for his country. The other popular guy too.
Messi.
It's not Messi. Money, it's the patriotism. We stopped the civil war because of Pele. We stopped the civil war because Mehmet Ali is coming here. So the way our blood rises, if that's the way the blood of the NFF is rising, we'll be watching matches. They will give the coach a breathing space. The coach that allows for negotiations. In most cases, what they bring to us.
Well, Comrade Lokoba, I don't have these facts that you are tabling on this program.
With all the things that players are saying about them.
No, just hold on. Just hold on. For me, I have, since in the last 24 hours, in fact, I didn't sleep well. Let me confess to you. When I woke up in the middle of the night, I was asking myself, what is troubling my mind? What is that challenge I have? I realized that it was the hangover.
That's the addiction you...
The fear of not qualifying for the 2020.
That's the addiction I see in Manchester with football for supporters.
The fear of not qualifying, because we lost out we didn't qualify for 2022 World Cup in Qatar. Now 2026 is here. You see, for me, I have looked at it and I've come to realize that the problem we have are multifaceted.
Yes.
I agree with you. But most importantly, I think the NFF, majorly, needs to change the approach of bringing in all our foreign-based players. Because when these foreign-based players come to play at home, only few of them you see exhibit that spirit of seriousness.
Yes.
A lot of them, when they come to play for the national, they are playing as if they are doing us a favor.
Yes.
And it shouldn't be. There are lots of, they feel they are made. If you know you are made, please call it quits. Don't come to play for the national team. Because watching that match yesterday, Zimbabwe at home, I watched Ghana versus, Ghana played one of the African countries recently. And Ghana went there and defeated them by 3-0. So looking at the Nigerian team, the type of spirit they have invoked in us with the victory in Kigali, one had expected a whitewash of the Zimbabwe senior national team. Only for us, I know of some players in that national team. I've said it repeatedly to people around me, that if I'm in charge of the national, these guys will never come. Because these are guys who are more interested in their own selfish interests
like
when they are playing.
NFF needs to set the standard.
So
the
over-reliance on foreign-based players, we should stop it.
We have to set a standard, but it's the fans that cause for foreign base at times. You know,
no,
the fans can be funny.
No, the coach is also...
Is the local that you want to call, the fans will be calling for. You see, the fans are difficult to manage when it comes to football. In management, very difficult to manage.
The buck stops on the table of the leader.
And see, the way football fans react at times. Esomaka was shot when they lost.
The coach of Juventus, a former player, Thiago Motta, has just been sacked. In football or sports, it's the job of being hired and fired.
Yes, we are not doing well.
So you should be ready to take decisions, knowing that if it goes wrong, you bear the consequence. And so for me, because I've had that experience.
Let's go back to NFSS. Look at the agreement signed by most coaches. It's always very porous.
I don't know the agreement. I've not seen it.
And the coach always move around with his passport. Given the kind of agreement, it's not secured at all. Go and look at
But we had
except Western Oof and Honor.
Manfred Honor.
That had good relationship with us. They have always left in bad shape. Are we that bad? It's the NFF. So they need to change their style. It's if let's take time to build a team. Like we have said, if you already bring these boys together, they can't connect. So let's take a decision now. We might miss this World Cup, but let's take a decision now that and you take care of them, even if they are going to collect the kind of money they collect in their club. But at least you pay for their fare. The food they will eat until they will go back, you must pay for it. But
of course, that's what we do.
When they come,
no, when houses them in
and it became a tug of war.
No.
The little spend you are supposed to give them.
No.
Have you not heard of instances?
We've had instances of
there were match boycotts.
We've had instances of disagreement over money. Yes. But I can tell you for free, Comrade Lokoba, whenever the national team is playing and a player arrives, they are housed in hotel by the NFF. Whether their transport fare is paid immediately.
Another allowances are paid.
I can't vouch for that.
So as little as it is, let's do that. Then set a minimum time that we think so we want to build. Look, the young boys are doing well because they catch them young and they have them around for a long time. They connect with each other and they bring trophies. Oh, as long as we continue in this manner, we may not go far. That's one. Then lastly, the politics in football, we are also missing it. It's not about your player being good though. It's also about networking, which is beyond the field at times. The referee that is not racist. The referee.
No, this is between African countries. There's no racism there now.
There are referees that assume that Nigerian player has always been very pampered. So these are areas that we don't
those are human biases.
Yes. And if we are not spending enough time in FF, you won't know it. So when they bring such matters up to the public, people will dismiss it. Countries don't just win. Even many for good football nations, they don't kowtow to certain things. They get decimated in a way. So we must also be part of that politics that they are playing. They have taken decision at that level that for some time now, it's not the time of Africa to become a world champion in the senior league. It is the time they want to give us those beautiful women in Nigeria that we will always win though. If it's not. So the rotation, they will do everything. They may have to rotate you to Africa this time too. It's an angle we are dismissing.
As much as I don't want to dismiss the angle you are coming from, but I can tell you for free that the performance of the Super Eagles in the match against in the 2020.
I know many people would not sleep well inside.
Qualifier against Zimbabwe was very, very disappointing.
Many followers would not sleep yesterday.
I'm even as I speak to you right now, I'm yet to recover from that that shock that we might. It is very, very high that we.
I know you're not exaggerating. I know that's what football is to many people.
Yeah, we are not qualified for the 2026 World Cup. Well, that is where we want to call it a wrap on the conversation today. We've had a beautiful conversation. Myself, Nesna Kujimi, and Comrade Razak Olokova. Thank you for coming onto the program.
I do appreciate for calling.
Thank you very much. Till we come away again next time, please continue to watch the conversation from TV360 here in Lagos, Nigeria. Have a great day and bye-bye.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Okbayemi Owusheni, and these are the stories making the rounds on our newsroom at this time. President Bola Tinubu will embark on a two-day official visit to Katsina State on Friday. A statement on Thursday by Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, said the visit will focus on security and development priorities in the northwestern state. Aside from official duties, President Tinubu will also attend the wedding ceremony of the Rada's daughter. And the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Drug Enforcement Administration have requested a 90-day extension from the United States District Court to produce documents relating to an alleged drug investigation involving President Bola Tinubu dating back to the 1990s. The request was submitted on Thursday in a joint status report filed with the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. The case stems from a series of Freedom of Information Act requests by an American legal transparency advocate and founder of the platform Plainsight, Aaron Greenspan. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, LEN Fund, has 9 claims of mismanagement in disbursements to the fund. This development comes after the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission said it was investigating alleged corruption in the disbursement of the fund. In a statement by the fund's Director of Strategic Communications, Oseyemi Oluwatoyi, the fund said ICPC's comment was taken out of context. And the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, is en route to China for a series of official engagement towards the provision of water for satellite towns in the FCT. The Senior Special Assistant to the Minister on Public Communications and Social, Lere Olayinka, discloses in a statement in Abuja. He explained that while in China, Wike would meet with officials of the China Geoengineering Corporation Overseas Construction and the group over the water project. And on business, the African Development Bank Group has approved a new 5-year country strategy paper for Nigeria, committing about $650 million annually between 2025 and 2030 to drive economic transformation, build resilience, and foster broad-based prosperity. The bank discloses in a statement published on its website on Thursday, saying that $2.95 billion will be provided over the next 4 years of the plan, complemented by an estimated $3.2 billion in co-financing for development partners. Another reference in China on Friday said it is evaluating the United States offer for negotiations on tariffs, but insisted Washington must be ready to scrap levies that have ruled global market and supply China before talks can begin. Punishing U.S. tariffs that have reached 145% on many Chinese products came into force in April 2025, while Beijing has responded with fresh 125% duties on imports from the United States. And on sports, the Nigerian National League has imposed a fine of 3 million naira on Godswill Akpabio FC for assault and intimidation of match officials. The NNL also ordered the Uyo Township Stadium closed to fans for the remainder of the season. Godswill Akpabio FC was found guilty of assault and intimidation of match officials during their match day 15 encounter with FC, which ended in a 2-2 draw. And those are the stories making the rounds to my news at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
And wait, do you know there's a way to find out if this thing he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of content.
even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society and development to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible forms, such as Braille, large print text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again, blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
J'ai le virus de planter des arbres. Ça me plaît beaucoup. Ici, c'était un dépotoir d'ordures ménagères. Du fait que les villageois ne savaient pas qu'est-ce que c'est que l'importance de la forêt, ils prenaient leurs ordures et les déposaient. En ce moment, je leur ai sensibilisé de leur dire que l'arbre doit vivre comme nous, donc il ne faut pas salir l'arbre. C'est ce que nous a donné l'impact positif pour avoir ici un périmètre pour cultiver. Le 2 mai 2005, on a allé voir les eaux et forêts qui nous ont attribué 500 mètres carrés. On a initié, intégré les femmes dans un AGR. Et avec ça, on a choisi le maraîchage. On était à 3 hectares, mais on ne cultive pas sous la haute tension et on nous a déguerpi et on est à 2 hectares.
Si on fait travailler ces femmes dans cette forêt, c'est pour qu'elles prennent également soin de cette forêt. Non seulement ça permet de fertiliser les sols, mais ça permet également de les autonomiser économiquement à travers la vente de fruits.
Tous les arbres fruitiers que vous voyez, c'est nous qui l'avons planté. Chaque citronnier, on y récoltait plus de 60 kilos.
Merci beaucoup. Que ce sont des dames très dynamiques, des dames très braves, qui subissent de plein fouet les effets des changements climatiques. Nous, on vient en rescousse pour informer, pour sensibiliser sur des solutions, la promotion de bonnes pratiques. Pour les cas pires, c'est également l'apparition de nouveaux parasites. Et ça, on le vit ici au quotidien et un peu partout au Sénégal. Ça participe également à la dégradation des sols. Justement, c'est la raison pour laquelle nous, on essaye de trouver comme solution prioritaire aujourd'hui le reboisement massif dans les périmètres maraîchers avec des espèces qui sont répulseurs aussi.
Notre projet d'avenir, si les femmes l'acceptent, on veut faire un projet de pépinière dans les alvéoles pour alléger les travaux.
La femme est à l'image de la terre. Ce sont des vrais écoféministes qui sont là, qui sont engagés pour la protection et la préservation de l'environnement.
La forêt, c'est nous et nous, c'est la forêt.
It's been 42 years now since St. Ambrose's Catholic Secondary School was established by the Catholic Church before it was taken over by the government. Several students have passed through the four walls of the school, just as several administrative staff have come and gone. But the one thing that has remained largely unchanged is the infrastructure and teaching facilities in the school. Year by year, things got worse. Classroom buildings began giving way. The classrooms themselves became inconducive for both teaching and learning. Things were literally in an abject state.
We have been managing teaching even when the rain is falling, the rain will be falling inside the classroom. We cannot abandon teaching. At times we immerse students together when there is no conducive classroom. During the tenure of the past principal, Mr. Ogunbadejo Fola. So when he came to the school, he discovered that things will not be going on like this. So many classrooms are leaking, some roofs have even off, some buildings are collapsed. The parents are not able to do anything concerning it. So we be folding hands. Then every year, the roofing have been taking away a lot of money. So he now decided to go spiritual by calling upon God. So every Thursday of every month, we used to gather together, spending 30 minutes, calling upon God. So we look for the names of some old students. We got the name from one of the old students called KK. We wrote their name on the pieces of paper. During the prayer time, we raised the name up. God to compel them to come.
Either by divine intervention or mere coincidence, something happened. One of the old students of the school decided to pay a visit. Multiple award-winning journalist Deji Bademosi graduated from the school 26 years ago as the senior prefect of the 1994 set.
I went there to do a story on the dilapidated state of the school. And there's a project we're actually doing, a project that I'm actually doing, known as Track Nigeria, being supported by the MacArthur Foundation. So the whole idea for me initially was to go there and highlight the dilapidated state of the school so that I could call the attention of the government to the situation there and to see if the government could at least come in there to help address the infrastructural problem there. But you know, when I got there, and because that's the school I actually attended myself, I was touched. And you know, I just felt rather than just tell the story and wait for the government to do something, that at least I could do something to help. I was really touched, and I decided, well, that at least we could do some renovation. So the whole idea was, okay, go there, renovate, and that was how it started.
An engineer was contracted to commence work on the site, but little did they know that the structure required more than the planned renovation due to the severity of the damage.
When I got there, all the foundation was already above the ground level, meaning that you can even be seeing the foundation footing already outside exposed, which anything can happen. The building can collapse at any time. After opening the space for the column and the second day, you know, the building is weak already, even with the exposure of the foundation, I said. So one side of the classroom gave way immediately.
The only thing we could do to salvage the situation was to pull down the entire building and, you know, build a new one. And for me, that was something really huge. It was not something that I had actually planned for, considering the cost implication. So I summoned courage and I said, you know what, okay, you guys go ahead, pull the building down, we'll put up a new building.
It was a tough decision, but certainly worth it. The reconstruction officially kicked off in August 2019 under the direct supervision of one of the alumni of the school.
We left here like 26 years ago, and there was no any kind of maintenance since we left. So I supervised the building right from the scratch to where it is today, all to the glory of God.
As the new building started to take shape, it was hard to ignore the remaining dilapidated blocks of classrooms and abandon them to decay.
As one building was getting completed, I looked at the situation again and I felt, well, we can do another one. So I said, you know what, I looked at my pulse and I said, well, maybe I could just try the second one. And then the second one came down, the old building now came down, and we started work on the second one. And then the third one as well, you know, one of the old students there came to me and said, look, supposing I provide blocks for the foundation, you know, and then, you know, build it up to lintel level, would you be able, would you mind to just take it over from there? And I was like, okay, let's see how it goes. Because I knew it was going to cost a lot of money, but, you know, that was how the third building started. Then there was no plan to have a toilet. The school had no toilet. But then I felt, look, it wouldn't be nice at all to have these new buildings. You have the students there, and then they have no place to go ease themselves, and they have to make use of the bush. Again, I summoned courage, and I said, okay, you know what, let's put up a toilet facility there. And that was how the toilet facility came up. So right there now we have 10 toilets. I then thought, if you have a toilet, how then do you get water to service the toilet? And the school has no borehole. The school has a well that dries up during the dry season. And then, again, not planned for initially. Remember, I started by saying we wanted to do just one building. Not planned for. So I said, okay, let's get the borehole.
After the borehole, then came the landscaping and flooring of the school. As the school continued to get a facelift, it was almost unbelievable for staff and students who watched their wish become a reality.
It's a thing of joy to me. But on a daily basis, when I come to school, I have to look down and see the buildings, which is not common, it's one in town. I was made to know that there is no school that is having this type of building. No school. Is it the restroom? Is it the classroom? Is it the offices? Is it the type of furniture there? It is second to none, I must confess, and I'm very happy. In fact, about 5 teachers called me, sir, how can I get my transfer to your school?
And we start everything together. You understand? The foundation, the building, the roofing, the plastering, the painting, and everything. I was there with them, being one of the host students. By the time our students see what is going on in the school, they were all happy. You understand? By the time we want to do little works there, I have to call them. This is your class. You are going to use this class. So what can you people do for us? And they were happy in helping us. Packing sand, gravel, you know, all these things, little things that they can do with joy. You know, in fact, they were happy doing it for us, being their school. And I believe by the time we are going for new section now, we are going to have more students.
I felt so proud that at least I could contribute in my own little way to this present development. This project is single-handedly done by one person, a God-sent person, who is not a politician. He doesn't get free money from anywhere. He works hard to get his money, and he's not investing for any profit. Like I asked Deji, because we said, bro, what are you even doing this for? He said, Maurice, I'm doing it for God and for humanity's sake. That look, I don't need all these students for anything in my life. I don't need them to survive. I don't need them to get to any position. But someday, my children might need them. It's a very good thing. It's really done well. I feel so proud to be part of 94 set. I feel so proud to be a friend to Deji Bademasi for all what he's done. And I feel so proud to be part of this project.
The school, which was once looked down on, has now become a point of reference and top choice for people in the community.
People passing on the road, they were actually branching to see that could a better structure be on this school with what they have been seeing. So look at the design, look at the space that we managed to get what we have, and a very spacious classroom, corridor with a staircase that can easy the going and coming of the students. So it's a new, in fact, the facility that is there make it far better.
The only thing that makes me happy is that these students will now learn in a good environment. And this will also enhance their quick grasp of whatever has been taught in school, makes them relax. You are safe. They feel safe now. I think the last time we went there, we saw the building. I couldn't imagine how they could understand what the teacher is saying. But one, you're not sitting well. You're either standing and you're receiving your lecture, or you're sitting with somebody. But with what we have on ground, I think the student will be happy, will learn well in that good environment.
Many young ones now, they are planning to come to St. Ambrose. Before, you see some parents, when they are passing by, they used to say, that's what we used to say it in our language. I myself then, I cannot say this is my school. But now I can boast. This is the school I pass out from. So I'm very, very happy, and I'm using this medium to thank Deji Badmus for what he has done for our school. He rebuilt our school, and God will rebuild his life.
With the junior classes, also referred to as downhill, now wearing a new look, the school authority, in addition to their great show of appreciation, are appealing for the extension of this gesture to the senior secondary classes of the school as well.
Permit me to ask like an Ulifa twist. If this structure could continue to the senior section, it would be very good. Not as somebody living in a modern building, coming to a leaking classroom, a classroom where there's no fan, a classroom where there's no, in fact, dusty, stinking, rotten chairs. The chalkboard is even not good. It will not be so good. Permit me to tell you that we don't have laboratories in the school. Every classroom in this school is leaking. It's dusty, smelling. I'm sorry I'm using these words, but if you care to look at them, you will not like them. So will it be for a student that is graduating from junior section to senior section? It will be demoralizing.
For the man who has single-handedly done all of these, his primary goal is to pass a strong message across to the government, old students, and the general public.
My hope and intention is that when the government or the governor, if the governor comes to commission this, that when he comes, he would at least see what, you know, an old student has done. And then that could serve as some kind of motivation for the government now to do something. And not just for the government now to do something, but also important for other old students to take a cue. I mean, those who have, well, been blessed to at least take a cue. And what I tell people is, you really, I'm not a rich person, I'm not rich. It cost me so much. And, but you really don't have to be rich to do certain things. So as an old student, even if it's just a block or two you're able to contribute, that would go a long way. And also very important is that, you know, people have always said journalists always take, they don't give. And this is to disprove that journalists we don't just report situations. So sometimes, you know, journalism could make you do some very unexpected things. Do I plan to do more in the future? Yes, by the special grace of God, because to some extent, we are actually the government. So whatever, as individuals, whether individuals or collectives, not in government, whatever it is we can do to help make our society better, we should do it.
Well, I didn't know on time because I only knew that she found it difficult to read, you know, and even when she started school, although I thought I was part of the reasons why she could not catch up with her mates, because I was actually I move around a lot. So when I moved, she has to change school. So I was thinking maybe that was the problem. But I actually found out later that even when I got her good teachers, you know, the normal set of school teachers, I found out that she still finds it difficult. She's actually brilliant, very, very brilliant. But when it comes to book, she finds it difficult to read.
My name is Mrs. Uchenna Ahanotu, the director of Nene Special Education Center. I'm an educational psychologist, currently pursuing my doctorate degree in educational psychology from Imo State University. My dream had been always to help students to excel in their academics. So my dream had always been for gifted students. But then, I now started coming across children with learning disabilities, and I found out that they were not getting the support they need. So I was helping them in my little way, one-on-one, until it now came to my doorpost. I got reports from the school that my daughter would be repeating class, primary 1. I was like, why? And they said she's not meeting up. This is a girl that is normally intelligent. You know she knows everything, but they said she couldn't read. So as an educational psychologist, I now had to go back to my books because I had packed my books. I went back to my books to study. I now found out that there is something called dyslexia, and not just dyslexia, there were other neurological disorders. There was autism, there was ADHD, there was all those cerebral palsy. All of them are linked together. So that was how I started focusing on children with learning disabilities. I was going from school to help them, but then 2 times a week, 2 hours a day is not enough. It wasn't giving us the results we wanted. So we now had to open the center, and I told the parents, if you want an intensive program for your child, you could enroll him or her here. When she has developed to a certain stage, she can now go back to mainstream school. That was how Learning Center started.
High five. A sound. B sound. C sound.
The thing is, when a child is not performing well in school, and you know you have tried all you can, you've given the necessary intervention, lesson teacher, good books and all that, and she's still performing low, I think it's time to diagnose her. As a psychologist, we diagnose, when a child comes to our center, we diagnose the child first to know the specific area of challenge. And that's why we're able to now diagnose, say this is dyslexia, this is dyscalculia, this is ADHD, this is autism. It can become comorbid with speech delay, whatever it is. So diagnosis is what we do first. When we diagnose, we can now draw up an education plan for the child. All our children have their own education plan, because a child with dyslexia is not at the same pace with another child with dyslexia. So we do one-on-one therapy, we do one-on-one teaching for them, meeting them at their various points of need, and then they come up. So that's basically the strategy, identifying the specific disadvantage and then tackling it individually, not as a class. My staff and I, we go for professional training. We go for courses mainly online.
Okay, this is actually a timer. This is a timer we use for their section. So each section for a child, because of children with autism, most time they are diagnosed with ADHD, that's attention deficit hyperactive disorder. So it's difficult for you to treat them in a normal class and take a long time with them. So we time our sections with them. For each section for a child, we have 15 minutes. So I put on my timer for 15 minutes. So I know that at the end of 15 minutes, the child knows he's done. You see them standing up sometimes because they're like, just want to get up and leave. So it helps us to time them and get the best results.
Challenges. Well, sometimes I want them to, like, you're teaching the child something, no other child you can easily pick up, but you have to keep consistently going over it day by day and all, and it's like same as if you're not getting a result. Or when you're trying to keep kids with ADHD, getting them to sit still while you're teaching them, it's can be very, very tasking. And also, sometimes they just don't want to learn. It's sometimes like that.
She has improved a lot compared to what she was then, because she was having low self-esteem, and then, but here they kind of, brought our confidence up. Our confidence level is a lot high, and even if you are not careful, you won't even know that she has that condition again. So I'm actually happy with my experience with Nene Special Center.
Well, it's been quite encouraging. It's been good. It's been a lovely experience. Jaden, my son, couldn't do some things not until he started with the speech school. He couldn't feed himself. He couldn't identify letters. He couldn't identify numbers, but his hearing was perfectly well and is still fine. He hears very, very well, but he couldn't identify some things. But right now, he can identify, he can make sounds, and the rest of them. So I'm impressed.
Before, she won't even try to pronounce, as in, if the word is difficult, she just jumps it to the next word. But now she's trying to, and then she has improved in her reading. She has improved in her self-esteem. I don't know, psychologically, she has improved.
We started last year, 2022, with the few students I had. So this year, we plan to go more social media and then reach out to schools, primary schools in particular, to inform the headmistresses, the proprietors, that there is a diagnostic center where they can diagnose a child's learning challenge, because most of them are harbored in these schools, but the teachers are confused. They just think maybe the child doesn't want to read. So we want to tell them there's a center where they can diagnose the child's disability, and then we can also help them to tackle the challenge. So our aim is just the proprietors, and then through social media, we reach out to parents that are worried about their child's development.
I want to ask every parent that when you observe that kind of situation with your child, you should seek. Don't just assume, because some secular schools, they don't really look out for these conditions in children. They just assume that the child is poor or the child is dull. They don't have provision for that in most schools. So, and then such child will have low self-esteem, and it will look like they cannot do anything, or they look inferior to their peers.
Clap for yourself, clap for yourself.
As I said, we started exactly May last year. So this is just 1 year, and we have had a total of 12 kids, about 12, 13 kids. And some of them are still on now.
Well, I must say it has been an amazing one. It has really been amazing. I get to meet wonderful kids every day. Yes, I see them and I'm like, God, these kids are just wonderful, because the world might not see them in that way, but meeting them every day has been like a blessing to me. Being able to interact with kids, it has been great.
My advice to parents that they should find out and keep a close eye on their child. Try to find out about their disabilities earlier in life, so that it will reduce the amount of time that we have to teach them.
Early detection matters. If your child is delaying, just come and find out if it's disorder or delay. We will tell you. If it's delay, we'll just tell you to go. With time, he will talk. But if it's disorder, you have to start immediately to intervene to help the child. Please find a good learning environment for your child. Find a center that understands their challenge and they'll be able to tackle their challenge with the right resources and with the right frame of mind. It's not a flogging issue. They need all the love and care they can get, and they also need the professional touch to get them out of where they are.
If the essence of government is the security and welfare of the people, then as long as there's plenty, poverty is evil. Affluent poverty. That's what we live in Nigeria. We're living in affluent poverty. The news recently broke that a British international primary school, Charterhouse, located somewhere in Lekki, Lagos, was charging as much as 42 million per annum as school fees for its pupil in a poor country like ours. However, the school management issued a statement clarifying the claim that the school fees are currently 26 million naira per annum and not 42 million. Oh boy, now wow. 26 million as school fees per annum for Pekin when they primary school in a poor country like Nigeria, where many states can't even pay 30,000 naira as minimum wage. And many of our public schools in the country are public slums. And unemployment rate is frightening as fraud is now celebrated as a profession. 26 million. Well, I know some of you will go to defend them now. They say, if education is expensive, try ignorance. And others will say, well, it's the school is attended by expatriate, kids of expatriate. Even at that, not before Nigeria that they make the money, whether they pay the expatriate salary. Must education be beyond the poor in a country like Nigeria, where ostentatious lifestyle is the attitude of government? So if you pay 26 million naira for a kid in primary school, that means you go pay 62 million naira for that kid in secondary school. And maybe 112 million for the same child when he enter university. And then the child will graduate, there won't be jobs. And then you send the child abroad. Is that not overhead? Go to countries like Poland, Germany, Czech Republic. Charles University and the University of Warsaw are some of the cheapest universities where top-tier programs are offered at an affordable rate. Although universities in all the Nordic countries are relatively affordable, but public universities in Norway remain free for everybody from both within and outside the EU, with the exception of a few specialized programs. But here in Nigeria, go to Edo University in Iyamo. It is ranked as the most expensive state-owned university in Nigeria. Yet, the other state university, Edo State University in Ekpoma, under the previous administration of Godwin Obaseki, suffered from lack of infrastructure and adequate funding until the recent administration in Edo. So what that means is simply this: rich separated themselves from the poor. Now, wow. How many people still remember, the craze those days about British International School? But with the current school fees of 4.6 million and 6.8 million, for boarding, I guess the super rich now, when they pay 26 million as school fees of primary school children, would think, oh, that's poor. So came Charterhouse, and yet government go look the other way in a poor country. We know job despite the expensive school, and you expect people not to steal? Yeah, well, what am I even saying? What can government do? When even Nile University in Abuja, where most of our government officials and Abuja politicians, they go get their degree, especially in law, no come cheap. And even some churches, when collect tithe and offering from members to build schools, most of these members that contributed the tithe and offering cannot afford to send their children to these schools. So what do you expect? Even recently, you remember Wigwe University in Isiokpo in Rivers State was in the news, not for the death of its founder, but as the most expensive university in Nigeria, with school fees ranging from 12 million naira. And some of these fees are priced in dollars. And our government is pretending to be looking for solution to our dollar problem, while they turn a blind eye to this open segregation in a country where our collective welfare is supposed to be their responsibility. Oh boy, to your tent, oh Israel. You won't blame them though. Don't you see how we openly spray monies in parties as if money is going out of faction? So that's why they think we are rich. Yet, there are no roads to our villages and insecurity is ravaging the country. Even as our public officials drive around our dilapidated road and public slums in exotic and expensive cars, the cars will neither produce nor assemble here. Yet, with retinue of aides and barrage of mobile police, where the future generations are either emerged in prostitution, hookup, or fraud, yahoo, as a means of livelihood. Outrageous display of affluent poverty, you would say. This is the reason why some properties without any special infrastructure around them in some area, some area never get road, apart from the fact that there's so much money to waste, are so expensive and priced in dollars in places like Maitama, Sokoro, and environs in Abuja, and Banana Island, and in some places in Lagos, in a poor country like Nigeria, than properties in Miami waterfront in rich America. So no matter how much we all condemn or criticize these things, It will not go away because the reality is that most Nigerians want to be like these people who are physically rich but mentally poor. As we only criticize them when we are poor, but the moment we become rich or hold public office, we will create segregation, poor and the rich. We move over to expensive slums like Lekki, send our children to special schools, meant only for the rich, occupy government positions and steal public funds, ride expensive cars without identifiable or sustainable means of livelihood, and display wealth irresponsibly and spray endlessly at parties. That's just our life. So, no go stop. So if I lie, anyway, check those occupying public offices today. Between 15 and 12 years ago, they were mostly critics of the attitude of the government then. But today, they are all in government and repeating exactly what they once criticized, even if not even worse. So I will therefore advocate, until we see government as a vehicle for public good, social justice, creating job opportunities, infrastructural development, equality, and a vehicle for impacting our community positively, people will continue to chase wealth, material possession, and position as a way of life and end up not living at all. Government must take job creation as a priority and endeavor to consciously and consensuously celebrate and compensate hard work and create regulation in every sector to avoid a society of wealth without work. The attitude where government officials are at the forefront of displaying affluence in the midst of poverty must be discouraged, as it pushes people to acquire wealth without work. Lastly, our orientation should help improve our mindset to the fact that voluntary and selfless service helps write our name in gold in the sand of time. That even when we die, our name will be so engraved in the heart of the world that time will never erase it. Well, I don't want to talk too much. Make I pause and here to enable you make your own contribution in all our social media platforms shown on your screen. Also help us to share the message so that we can collectively change our society. For no matter how expensive education is, without commensurate effort to promote and create job opportunities, you will still end up as poor. No be me talker. Remember, the luxuries of today are the necessities of tomorrow. See you next week.
Many thanks for joining us on the newsroom. I'm Okweyemi Owosheni, and these are the stories making the rounds on our newsroom at this time. President Bola Tinubu will embark on a two-day official visit to Katsina State on Friday. A statement on Thursday by Bayo Ononuga, the special advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, said the visit will focus on security and development priorities in the northwestern state. Aside from official duties, President Tinubu will also attend the wedding ceremony of the Rada's daughter. And the Federal Bureau of Investigation and the Drug Enforcement Administration have requested a 90-day extension for the United States District Court to produce documents relating to an alleged drug investigation involving President Bola Tinubu dating back to the 1990s. The request was submitted on Thursday in a joint status report filed with the U.S. District Court for the District of Columbia. The case stems from a series of Freedom of Information Act requests by an American legal transparency advocate and founder of the platform Plain Sight, Aaron Greenspan. The Nigerian Education Loan Fund, LENFund, has denied claims of mismanagement in disbursing student loan fund. This development comes after the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission said it was investigating alleged corruption in the disbursement of the fund. In a statement by the Fund's Director of Strategic Communications, Oseyemi Oluwatuyi, Nelfund said ICPC's comment was taken out of context. And the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, is en route to China for a series of official engagement towards the provision of water for satellite towns and on publishing statement of Abuja. He explained why China would meet officials the China Geo-Engineering Corporation construction and the group over the water project. And on business, the African Development Bank Group has approved a new 5-year country strategy paper for Nigeria, committing about $650 million annually between 2025 and 2030 to drive economic transformation, build resilience, and foster broad-based prosperity. The bank discloses in a statement published on its website on Thursday, saying that $2.95 billion will be provided over the next 4 years of the plan, to be complemented by an estimated $3.2 billion in co-financing from development partners. And on the foreign scene, China on Friday said it is evaluating a United States offer for negotiations on tariffs, but insisted Washington must be ready to scrap levies that have ruled global market and supply China before talks can begin. Punishing U.S. tariffs that have reached 145% on many Chinese products came into force on April 2025, while Beijing has responded with fresh 125% duties on imports from the United States. And on sports, the Nigerian National League has imposed a fine of 3 million naira on Godswill Akpabio FC for assault and intimidation of match officials. The NNL also ordered the Uyo Township Stadium closed to fans for the remainder of the season. Godswill Akpabio FC was found guilty of assault and intimidation of match officials during their match day 15 encounter with Rovers FC, which ended in a 2-2 draw. And those are the stories making the rounds from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
Opinions are free. Facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, escalate the tension?
Because when you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm Sydney Okafor. In keeping with his administration commitment to delivering quality education for students in Lagos State, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has officially opened state-of-the-art classroom blocks, complete with a mini football pitch and a multi-purpose sports court at Keme Balogun Junior Senior College in Ibeshe, Ikorodu. The inauguration marked the commissioning of 16 state-of-the-art classroom blocks for secondary schools, facilitated by the Special Committee on the Rehabilitation of Public Schools across the 6th Education District in Lagos State, in line with the state's Team Plugs agenda. Please take a look at the new state-of-art classroom blocks for secondary schools.
The commissioning of the new classroom blocks is expected to enhance the school's learning environment and improve the quality of education. Governor Sanwo-Olu, who was received by a large crowd of residents and students, said the simultaneous inauguration of 16 new blocks of classrooms across the state is a testament to his administration's commitment to providing top-quality education for all residents. The governor further emphasized that the construction and renovation of these schools not only improve educational quality but also create jobs, stimulate the local economy, and provide livelihoods for workers involved in the projects.
Do one commission or two, we have to do it in concurrent and in large number. And today, in the past 1.5 months, we've been commissioning roads, we've been commissioning drainages. Now is the education sector, which is under a Teams Plus agenda. For some of you that are monitoring, earlier today, we went and commissioned the very ultra-modern, beautiful classroom block in a brand new school of Ajegunle Junior High School in Koshofe local government area on our way here. Also earlier today, with the Permanent Secretary, Tutor General, and 1 or 2 cabinet members, they've gone ahead to commission the Odogunyo Junior Grammar School, also here in Ikorodu. You can see that these ambitious events consolidate our commitment to development and pursuit of educational excellence and the social economic development in our state. Education, we say, is a cornerstone of our Teams Plus agenda. It's the engine that drives economic growth. It reduces inequality and empowers individuals to break the cycle of poverty. By investing in these schools, we're investing in the social economic fiber of our various communities. Earlier today, and you could see it from the video, I was deeply moved when we went to the Ajegunle Junior High School. This was a community that has been denied for the past almost 15 years. When heavy flooding ravaged the entire community and they lost the only school that they had. But about 2.5 years ago, they did wrote to us passionately and we did responded. Driving into that community this morning brings a nostalgia of the real essence of governance. When government make a promise and you keep a promise. Not only have we done the road into that community, that school had almost 150 pals. We did not consider the extent of what resource we needed to do to give that community a befitting world-class educational institution. And they also have the sporting grounds because a canteen and a football pitch was also constructed for them.
In the address, other speakers say the structures would not only enhance academic excellence, but also provide a conducive environment for learning.
Your action consistently reflects the premium you place on learning, demonstrating a deeper appreciation for its transformative power. Indeed, this is a shining testament to your dedication to educational advancement and holistic well-being of our students.
Keme Balogun got attention following instructions from Mr. Governor when he got the information that the first set of the classroom blocks had 3 bungalows here before. To my left here, you see 2 bungalows still existing. In between those 2 bungalows, there is another one. So when we came here, we realized that they are all in derelict situations. We conducted some soil tests, and the result of the soil test immediately advised that we need to demolish one of the bungalows. When we did that, it became obvious that the classroom to student ratio was not adequate. The population spiked, and as a result, when we approached Mr. Governor, the situation we are having here, he instructed the construction of the edifice we are seeing to my right. Thank you very much, sir. To do this building, typical with our modus operandi, standard operating procedures of scripts that have been laid down by Mr. Celibo, we conducted a structural test in this environment to be sure of the type of foundation we are going to put this building on. You know, because we don't want to assume that Ikorodu is solid soil. So what we do generally as a standard operating procedure that Mr. Governor has insisted we go through is to do a soil test to be sure, because we don't want to have any collapse.
The Lagos government says it has constructed about 1,290 blocks of classrooms across the 6 education districts of the state and also rehabilitated over 4,000 classrooms in both primary and secondary schools in the state within 6 years. It's promised to deliver some of the ongoing road projects in Ikorodu and build more primary and secondary schools for the benefit of the residents.
Education is the future of any nation. So it should be paid, they should pay close attention. But where I want improvement is the teachers, because teachers can only teach what they know. So our teachers in those schools need more trainings, because they can't give what they don't have. What I've observed is that some of the teachers are not even qualified to teach. So they should pay attention to this. Their trainings, they need to be trained to train. If they don't have the training, no matter what facility they put down, nothing will, because it's what goes into the hearts of the children that will come out in the society. So education is very fundamental. It's a vital key to the development of a state, a nation, or any country. So that's my take on that. They should pay attention to the teachers. Because if you have a teacher that knows what they are teaching, the children will learn well and they will understand what they are learning. Teachers determine how, because these teachers are like leaders, they're like role models to the students.
We shouldn't even be thanking them for that. It is the right of every Nigerian to be educated. Constitutionally, at least from the primary school to secondary school, at least, every student, every Nigerian child has that constitutional, right to that educational, stages of the stages. You understand? For me, I believe we are still lagging. So many out-of-school children, especially in the north, we are better off here in the south, but we can do more. We have always taken the forefront in terms of education. We continue to do more. There are so many of our children out there who are not in school today. If the education is made affordable, if classrooms are moved closer to those children, there wouldn't be any need for them to trek miles before getting to their school, or entering buses that will take them kilometers before they get to their school. Schools should be brought closer to them, and if it's not brought closer to them, there should be programs, facilities that will ensure that they are taken to school and brought back home. Then again, it must be affordable. It's even, I believe it should be a criminal offense for any family or parent not to send its ward to school, especially where the government has provided the needed classrooms. And I believe, while I do not want to thank the government, because it is right of every Nigerian to go to school. I believe they should do more, and they are trying. I want to appreciate them for that.
Corruption, no.
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello? Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you.
Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we as we speak?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you can tell an elderly person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
Corruption, not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those their silly lies.
Wait, do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the Construct app. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the Go-To app if you want to know how our Commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Other People Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
And it's true.
Of course, I told you.
Welcome back. That is truly commendable by the governor. Our next story focuses on the commissioning of the new bus terminal in Abule Egba suburb of Orile Agege Local Council Development Area in Lagos State, which has now been integrated into a expanding network of modernized public bus stations connecting various communities in Lagos. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu officially commissioned the newly completed Abule Egba bus terminal, aimed at improving and facilitating seamless mass transportation between suburb and other parts of metropolis. Can you take a look?
This new Abule Egba bus terminal has officially been opened to the public by Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu alongside his deputy Femi Amzat and other stakeholders. The launch is part of Governor Sanwo-Olu administration's commitment to build a seamless and integrated transportation network that will provide Lagos residents with improved daily commuting. The governor, speaking at the event, disclosed that the project is a fulfillment of his pledge to upgrade the public transportation system for the people of Lagos.
Today, here in the ever-bustling Abule Egba, we're here to hand over to the people another public infrastructure that will aid their seamless commuting from here to other parts of Lagos and even perhaps to other parts of the country. This infrastructure reflects our commitment to continuously enhance our public transportation system. We're strengthening connectivity and we're improving the overall experience of our commuters. We are dedicated to taking ongoing steps to advance and to modernize public transportation across the state. You see that in addition to the blue line, to the red line that are in operation, you are aware that we are making moves to kickstart a 68-kilometer green line from Marina to the Lekki Free Trade Zone. You are also aware that we're in discussion stage, haven't done some feasibility on the purple line, which is a 60-kilometer from Volkswagen, which is an offshoot from the blue line, to all the way into Ogun State, the redemption camp by Mowe. We believe these are all connectivity that will enhance the rail infrastructure. You recall sometime last year that we went and signed MOU with Czech and the Ministry of Finance Incorporated to bring about the fusion of the Green Line. And I'm happy that work is starting very soon. Discussions are in advanced stages. Designs and drawings are being completed. And before the end of this year, you will begin to see the construction of that all-important Green Line project. That project, when completed, even has a capacity to carry well over 600,000 passengers at its peak. And so this is big public transportation solution that we're about. I'm happy that I'm happy that our rail infrastructure continue to contribute to the mobility of Lagosians. To further enhance that, we are also improving and enhancing our bus services. We are anticipating the arrival of new CNG buses and electric buses by the third quarter of this year. They are being produced as we speak, and I believe everything will be done preparatively to begin to receive these buses before the end of this year. This, we believe, would be a major addition to our current fleet, which will improve availability of buses and reduce waiting times at all bus corridors.
Lagos State Commissioner for Transportation Oluwaseun Osiyemi, through his permanent secretary, said the state policy reflects the government's commitment to safe, reliable and affordable transportation for all residents.
This is more so as the movement of commuters, goods and services from place to place are vital and inseparable aspects of global and urban economic survival. Over the years, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has reflected the contemporary realities and the vision of the present administration as regards bequeathing Lagosians with an efficient and effective transport system. This informed the various policies the ministry adopted to ensure reduction in traffic congestion at places where otherwise motorists and commuters spend many unproductive hours in traffic. You will all recall the executive order signed by Mr. Governor on traffic management, following which very critical junctions were identified and remodeled to mitigate traffic gridlock. The government has worked on these junctions to engender better traffic flow. We can attest to the salutary effects of such improvements on Allen Roundabout, Lekki First and Second Roundabout, and the ongoing improvement at Toyin Okpebi Allen and at the border subdivision areas. To better manage traffic-related issues such as overspeeding and indiscipline on the road, the government, through the ministry, has installed ITS in some areas of Lagos State. We have installed e-police signs at Allen Avenue Junction and Nuruddin Olookoko Road. We have also installed road signs to inform motorists of these regulations. About a year ago, Mr. Governor unveiled the state transport policy, a roadmap to Lagos' brighter, more effective, efficient, and sustainable future. Mr. Governor informed that the policy became necessary to eliminate the barrage of transport challenges facing the state's transport system, ranging from traffic congestion to pollution and inadequate infrastructure. The Lagos State transport policy is built upon a foundation of inclusivity, sustainability, and innovation. It embodies the government's commitment to providing safe, reliable, and affordable transportation options for all residents, regardless of their socio-economic status or location within the state, as well as integrating our various modes of transportation. The soon-to-be Commissioner Abelegba bus terminal therefore reflects the letters and spirit of the Lagos State transport policy. It is to provide a central place for connecting to different parts of Lagos, and based on this, I want to congratulate Mr. Governor on commissioning yet another impactful and life-changing infrastructure for the Abelegba community of Agege and the entire Lagos State. Mr. Governor, please be assured of our desire to continue to work until the last hour of this administration to bring your vision and that of the state government to reality.
This administration prioritizes traffic management and transport as the first pillar of its Themes Plus agenda. The Lagos State government has been and is still investing in the provision of infrastructure for public transportation, including rail, bus services, and water transportation. To properly coordinate bus operations in communities, bus terminals are necessary and are thus provided. Bus terminals are important because they provide a central location for passengers to board and exit buses and connect to other forms of transportation. To date, the Lagos State government has provided bus terminals in Ikeja, Oshodi, Transit Interchange, Aja, Oyingbo, Yaba, Ojota, Ifakoijae, and now at Abule Egba. Iyano Ipaja bus terminal is currently also under construction. Like other terminals before this, Abule Egba terminal has loading bays, a terminal building with a customer service area, a waiting area, spaces for restaurants and other commercial services, offices for ground staff and other BOCs, public conveniences, a water treatment plant, and provision for green energy, amongst others.
This development has integrated Abule Egba, located in the Orile Agege Local Council Development Area, into Lagos's growing network of communities connected by modern public bus stations. Abule Egba residents have commended the governor for the project but urged for affordable bus fares.
Abule Egba too is moving forward. If you look at the Abule Egba, they've changed it compared to 5-10 years backward because I lived at Songo, something like that. But they've changed the face of Lagos as a whole, and they are building gradually. So I will tell Lagos State as a whole that they should remember us in Badagry. Presently, I reside in Badagry. God will help them. They've tried concerning the express road there, and God will help them to do more and more to all sectors, all areas in Lagos State. Up Lagos State, up Nigeria.
When you are partaking in BRT buses, it applies to everyone, whether you own a car or you don't. It decongest the traffic on the highways, so everybody don't have to put their cars on the road. So sometimes, if you don't have a special function, you can just leave your car back home and make use of the public transport, like the BRT. So the one in Abule Egba, I think it's like, you know, and because that place is heading towards Ogun State, Abeokuta. So if you are able to get there faster, you can, you know, continue your journey to other areas. And people that are staying there, they can easily live like in outskirts of Lagos, while they live there. And they can go to work and come back on time without wearing out. So it's helping the masses a lot.
Sanwo-Olu added that the state expects new CNG and electric buses by the third quarter of 2025 with the aim to enhance Lagos bus services. He also urged residents to take ownership of the project to prevent vandalism of the infrastructure.
Welcome back. Lagos residents are truly reaping the benefits of taxpayers' money. Kudos to Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team. Well, that's all we have on this episode of Lagos Voices. I'm Sydney Okafor. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.
Ayetoro community is a theocratic communist setting
founded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayetoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayetoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coasts of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria base. A lot of people you see in the offshore were trained here, both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the Shenkor Technical Workshop approved by the IWD, which is now Minister of Transport. IWD means the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing sea culture coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to our aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the sea church.
I'm shooting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that wood. That is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to has been permanently submerged by the ocean surge.
I'm seriously worried. I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life and religious life has been collapsed totally. Because Ayetoro community is a religious setting. The church moved here. We have not just come here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this current, recurring sea surge happening in Ayetoro. And over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have been washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. Ayetoro community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore is destroying our land, up till now we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
Ṣé ẹ bá wo gbogbo ibi ilé ló kún bẹ̀, gbogbo ilé yẹn ni òkun ti parẹ́ pátápátá. Bó dẹ̀ ṣe ń wó ilé yẹn ló ń wó gbogbo àwọn
ohun àlùmọ́nì wa, àwọn ohun tí a ní, ilé, ohun ẹrù wa, ìmí gan tó bá ń wo báyìí tí a bá tètè dìsámúra àti gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Fund the trip of those guys. Trip of those guys.
This thing is excruciating, it is extreme. In fact, every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their present has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the extreme house before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I've been affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how is it? Highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go into extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and the down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the occupation they engage in. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can dry their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is, coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside for the women, so that their kitchen can be the downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodun Aneroye, Adedoyin, Alebiosun, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have the information house, or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house now?
It's gone already.
It's some months already.
That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people come in just like you came now. All the information about your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back, so it will be documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done then. Then the city hall or civil center, there too, all of them are gone. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building. The church street and the church building is gone already.
And that church is very important.
Very important. Community. That is where they situated that night of January 12, 1947. They situated when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, you have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have the Olowojai. Then after Olowojai, you have the shoe making industry.
Well, there used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry, a small scale industry. Then behind the shoemaking industry, you have the clothing making industry too. So that one too is gone.
It's gone.
So we have after Olowojai, behind it is the shoemaking and the clothing making. We have Olowo Topa Oyinbo. We have Omogbenyiwa. Then after Omogbenyiwa, we have the carpentry workshop. So the carpentry workshop too is currently threatened. Half of it is gone into into the sea. And then you have Tobase. Then you have, after the Tobase street there, you have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket there. So after the mini supermarket is where you have Oyetomi Street. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
This is just behind the what's it called?
But it's still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, from the main side, those the main streets, Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. In almost we only have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated.
and it has been eroded.
Those are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where
yes.
the female side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes, yes. So most of the male now, they are actually residing with their wives.
With their wives.
Their wives. So Oyetomi is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have the
and this broad street is no longer existing.
It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the broad street, the beauty of the broad street now, it's around the Block Palace. That's where you can have the beauty of the broad street.
Okay.
How it looks like.
tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn chọ́ọ̀chì wa gangan the main church táwọn baba ńlá wa kọ́ ó ti wo àtúnkọ́ mi ó tún wo.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land we gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers received. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God.
It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding fathers came here, 1947, it is about 20 or 10, 15 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. That the only challenge is that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed. The landscape, and we are worried about it.
This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, the sea surge has ravaged this place and we've relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plants. It has been affected, greatly affected by those sea surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social, cultural activities has gone. The secondary schools has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence, because 2/3 of the community has gone already.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we might. We don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into institution. We don't want that, because Ayeto community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine, because when Ayeto was having a technical school, the Ayeto community has trained experts in marine engineering, in nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Ayeto community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by the local carpenter, and those people that even built those beauty boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International, is there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken within, let me say, within a space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Dito Sopadek, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging the federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to our aid.
Apá wa ò ká o, kàn jọ kàn má jẹ́ kó kùn yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn tá ń pè chọ́ọ̀chì, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
I'm now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what you call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, if we tell you the extension of this place, you can't believe.
There are many sad and dark events in human history, but none devastated the African continent like slavery. To understand some of the plight those who were sold into slavery went through, one must visit Goree Island, their last point of departure from the African continent to the New World. Boarding the ferry to Goree Island. This is no slave ship, but it is no less built to capacity. But this time, with goods, tourists, traders, and for a hint of Noah's Ark, some animals, even though there are not two of each kind. Slavery ended more than 153 years ago. One can't help but feel sadness just walking the streets, trying to imagine what went through the minds of these citizens of various countries as they were hauled, sold, and shipped to a strange new world. Where did these slaves come from?
At that time, each African ethnic group had its price. And the most expensive ethnic group used to be the Yoruba. Yeah, they were from Nigeria. Because those Yoruba were very strong and tall, and they worked very hard in the plantations. That's why they were more expensive. They took those kids for two reasons. First, because in the plantations in America, there were some special jobs, typically for the kids, and they did them very well. And then because of most of those kids were from the parents very strong, because they saw that when they will grow up, they will be strong like their parents. That's why they took them. In all the 28 slave houses in Goree Island, the slave masters have the right to sleep with the young girls. Once a young girl was pregnant, she became free here in Gorée Island or in Saint Louis in north of Senegal. But she wasn't totally free because usually she worked as domestic slave in the European houses, you know. That's why some of the young girls found a kind of interest to be pregnant from white masters so they can be free. At the time, the price of a man was up to his weight and his muscles. So the minimum weight for men was 60 kilos. Those who have less than 60 kilos, they put them in this special cell just in order to fatten them up. Let me tell you that they did not buy slaves with money. It was exchange. You know? For example, to buy a man up to 60 kilos or a virgin girl, you could give a gun or a barrel of wine or a blanket or something like that. To buy a child, you could give a mirror or a necklace or a piece of tobacco or something like that. So that's why people used to say that Africans also were involved into the slave trade, because some of the African tribal chiefs were collaborating with the Europeans.
Yeah.
And here, this is a punishment room for rebels. Those who fought against their masters, they put them inside to punish them. As you can see, they could not stand up inside because of the hooks. 4 or 5 people at the same time in this small room. In 1991, we welcomed in this house Nelson Mandela. And then Mandela came inside. He stayed in for about 5 minutes. But when he came out, Mandela was crying. Right, and that you have the waiting rooms. The slave used to wait here before the shipment at the famous door of no return. Because once the slave got out from this door, it's mean bye-bye Africa. They took them to America and they never come back. Because of the rocks, the boat could not come near. That's why from this door, they built a kind of palm wooden bridge as a wharf. But during every shipment, some of them tried to escape by jumping into water, but they never could go far because either they were killed by the security guards or they were eaten by the sharks. Why the sharks? Because at the time, in all the 28 slave houses in Gorée Island, once a slave got sick, just to avoid the epidemics, they threw him into water and that attracted the sharks. That's why there were a lot of sharks around the island. Let me tell you that slavery lasted in Gorée Island from 1536 to 1848, more than 300 years. And during that time, there were about 15 to 20 million slaves coming from all over the African western coast. They transit through Gorée Island to America, and 6 million of them died because of bad treatment. 6 million.
very emotional, very emotional. But he knows it very, very, very in a higher level the history and the relationships between Africa and other countries, and also he knows exactly what's happened between the 16th until 19th. I'm talking about the slavery and the Atlantic slavery.
Walking away from the island, there are some pretty paintings on the street walls. One must ask, what have these walls seen, or what cries have they heard?
Many thanks for joining us again on the newsroom. I'm Okwayemi Owosheni, and these are the stories we're tracking at the moment. The trial of the embattled leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, has resumed before Justice James Omotosho of the Federal High Court Abuja with cross-examination of principal witness. The court had granted the request of the Nigerian government for witnesses to testify behind the screen. The Nigerian government arrested in Kenya in June 2021. The Nigerian government has approved a dual certification program for federal colleges of education across the country. The program, according to the Minister of Education, Tunji Alausa, who discloses on his official X handle, will commence in September 2025 academic year. He explained that the government's action was intended to strengthen Nigeria's education system and graduate employability. And former spokesperson of the Northern Elders Forum and ex-political advisor to President Akim Baba Ahmed has advised former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to abandon any ambition of contesting the 2027 presidential election, calling instead for a generational shift in political leadership. Speaking during a televised interview, Baba Ahmed emphasized the need for Nigeria's older political figures to relinquish the stage and support younger and more vibrant leaders. He specifically pointed to Atiku's requested bid for the presidency, having run 6 times as a reason for him to adopt a fatherly role at the moment. And the Nigerian Labour Congress Kano State Chapter has endorsed Governor Abba Yusuf for his second term in office, ailing his administration's commitment to the welfare of workers and retirees. Friendly leader, particularly for being the first governor in Nigeria to implement the new 71,000 naira minimum wage. And on business, the National Identity Management Commission has announced a review of the pricing structure for all its services. The NIMC announced the pricing changes in a statement on Thursday, signed by its head of corporate communications, Kayode Adegoke. The Commission stated that the new prices will take effect immediately, but did not specify whether Nigerians will pay more or less for its services. And United States President Donald Trump on Thursday expressed his intent to rename both May 8 and November 11 Victory Day in his latest attempt to alter the country's name. Victory Day observed by the European Union on May 8 and in former Soviet countries on May 9. Marked the anniversary of the formal acceptance of Germany's unconditional surrender. And finally on sport, transgender women have been banned for playing women's football in England after the Football Federation changed their policy with the Supreme Court ruling in April 2025. The ban will be implemented on the first day of June. The air had decided to reassess the policy after the Supreme Court ruled that the legal definition of a woman is based on biological sex. And those are the stories making the rounds from our newsroom at this time. We'll update you at the top of the hour.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, the truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
Go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
You know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
Welcome to the program. I'm Okbayemi Owosheni. We start off with business news. Determined to sustainably improve efficiencies in port operations and service delivery, The Nigerian government, through the Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council, is set to inaugurate the Port and Customs Efficiency Committee. The inauguration, which is scheduled to take place at the Nigerian Port Authority headquarters in Lagos, is to be chaired by the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Kassim Shettima, and comprises of over 50 heads of government agencies and private sector captains of industry, cutting across the gamut of value chains that contribute significantly to Nigeria's economic growth. The quick win expected from the PCEC include improved efficiency and reduced cargo dwell time, enhanced transparency and accountability in port operations, better coordination among stakeholders, and improved customer-centric focus. And global economic growth is set to slow down in coming months, largely due to the trade war sparked by U.S. President Donald Trump's steep tariff on virtually all trading partners, the International Monetary Fund has announced. In his latest World Economic Outlook, the IMF's chief economist further revealed that the recent U.S. tariff announcement had reduced the fund's outlook for global trade growth in 2025 by more than half. The agency cautioned that if countries fail to urgently resolve their trade tensions, it could further damage their growth prospects.
Since late January, many tariff announcements have been made, culminating on April 2nd with near universal levies from the United States and counter-responses from some trading partners. The U.S. effective tariff rate has surged past levels reached more than 100 years ago, while tariff rates on the U.S. have also increased. Beyond the abrupt increase in tariffs, the surge in policy uncertainty is a major driver of the economic outlook. If sustained, the increase in trade tensions and uncertainty will slow global growth significantly. Now, while global growth remains well above recession levels, all regions are negatively impacted this year and next. And the global disinflation process continues, but at a slower pace, with inflation revised up by 0.1 percentage point in both years. These trade tensions will greatly impact global trade. We project that global trade growth will be more than cut in half, from 3.8% last year to 1.7% this year. The effect of these shocks on exchange rates is complex. The tariffs could appreciate the US dollar, as in previous episodes. However, greater policy uncertainty, lower U.S. growth prospects, and an adjustment in the global demand for dollar assets are weighing down on the dollar. Risks to the global economy have increased and are firmly to the downside. First, while we are not projecting a global downturn, the risk it may happen this year have increased substantially, from 17% projected back in October to 30% now.
We'll take a break now. I'll be back with company news. Welcome back. 5 Tier 1 Nigerian banks, Zenith Bank PLC, United Bank for Africa, Access Holdings PLC, Guarantee Trust Holding Company PLC, and First Bank Holdings PLC have reported net interest income exceeding 1 trillion naira each for the 2024 financial year. Their combined net interest income rose to 6.9 trillion naira in 2024 from 3.12 trillion naira in the same period of 2023. Now, according to their financial results, Zenith Bank recorded the highest net interest income, growing to 1.73 trillion naira in 2024 from 736 billion naira in the previous year. UBA followed closely with 1.53 trillion naira, up from 707 billion naira, while First Holdco reported 1.4 trillion naira when compared to the 546 billion naira recorded in 2023. And VFD Group PLC has updated its shareholders, investors, and the general public on the recent markdown in its share price regarding the qualification period. Now, this follows the announcement of the group's 5-for-1 bonus share offer and 2025 dividend declaration. On April 22nd, 2025, it marked the official qualification date for VFD Group's 5-for-1 bonus share offer and 2025 dividend declaration. There, the share price closed at 96 naira per share. Followed this, the share price was marked down by 15 naira 6 kobo per share, in line with the Nigerian Stock Exchange listing regulations. We'll go on a short break, but when Money Matters return, we'll be discussing the implication of the imposed 14% US tariff on Nigerian manufacturing sector. I'll bring you details after this break. Welcome back. The recent decision by the United States to impose a 14% tariff on certain Nigerian goods has sent ripples through the country's trade and manufacturing sectors. While this move appears to be part of broader global trade tensions, the timing raises important questions about Nigeria's readiness to respond to external shocks, particularly in critical sectors like manufacturing. Nigeria's manufacturing industry, already battling challenges such as forex scarcity, high energy costs, and logistics bottlenecks, could face even more pressure if the tariffs reduce market access or make Nigerian products less competitive internationally. Now, as the country works to expand its export base and improve industrial output, such developments could complicate recovery and growth plans. Today, we turn our focus to what this tariff decision really means for Nigeria's manufacturing sector. Are local manufacturers adequately protected? Could this lead to job losses or production cuts? And more importantly, what can be done both at policy and industrial levels to mitigate the impact of this tariff? Now, joining me to discuss this further is the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Segun Ajayi-Kadiri. Thank you for joining me on the program, sir. Now, how significant is the impact of the newly imposed 14% US tariff for Nigeria's manufacturing sector, especially in terms of export and cost of production?
So, thank you. We, in the first instance, need to situate the disruption that Trump has become within a context. And that is to say that Nigeria, at the moment, is enjoying a positive trade balance in its trade relationship with America. And so just last year, America had a net negative balance of $143 million, which means that the impact of Trump's imposition is going to negatively impact our exports, and if care is not taken, it could actually unsettle the balance. So it is significant to us in the sense that those manufacturers in particular that have modeled their export portfolio against taking advantage of AGOA and exporting to the US, we have to suffer the imposition of tax or the imposition of duty, which means invariably that Nigerian products will become more expensive and less people will buy in America. It will also reduce the capacity of the average Nigerian manufacturer to repatriate forex to be able to fund its operation. It will also affect us because we are importers of capital goods. And so there's a direct impact in terms of the uncompetitiveness of what our exports will be. But in terms of importation of capital goods, even if they don't come from America, the fact that Trump has shaken the table and that other people that used to find markets in America that cannot find it, we have to make up for the balance of trade deficits they have. So we are going to be secondary sufferers, so to say, of the impact globally. Again, also, in terms of the impact on the manufacturing sector, we have to be mindful of how government reacts to it. Because in the first instance, those 25 bans that provoked America, so to say, to impose this 14%, eventually downgraded to 10%, were not specifically imposed because of America. What we did was to protect domestic manufacturers, and so it's actually against third countries. And so when we are going to negotiate and government is going to react to it in a reciprocal manner, we must be mindful that we do not give away conditions that will now make local manufacturing less competitive. So I think it's both direct and indirect, and in terms of what government will do as a follow-up measure, will impact manufacturing business.
Now, speaking of AGOA, because you just mentioned it, it is meant to end in September 2025. Now, in light of this tariff imposed by President Donald Trump, do you think it will be renewed?
We don't have any definite statement from America as to whether it will be renewed or not, but I think it's almost certain that it will not be renewed in its present form and shape. Actually, we haven't benefited so much from AGOA, obviously because of the inclement environment in which the manufacturing sector has operated. We have largely exported agricultural products, most of them not processed. So that is going to be renewed and still offer the same measure of entrance, market access in the US is doubtful. However, it then imposes on us an opportunity to determine how we want to go, because we must be mindful that it's actually a continental agreement. So are we going to do bilateral with the US, or are we going to continue at the multilateral level and have to co-negotiate? Also, we have entered into AFCFTA with guarantees that we should not have softer measures on third countries. So we have to take into consideration a lot of things, and which means that the private sector will have to co-create a response that will not negatively impact our business and at the same time not endanger the balance of trade that government has enjoyed over the years.
Now, which segment of the Nigerian manufacturing industry do you think are most vulnerable or immediately affected by this tariff hike?
It's obviously the food and beverage. We have heard that the petroleum oil sector is exempted, but if indeed it's exempted, then the most vulnerable will be the food and beverage and agricultural sector, because like I told you, that was probably the major areas that we have been able to export, and some measure of leather products. So we are likely to see a huge impact on our export capabilities in that. And at the same time, you need to recognize that most of the players in this area are small and medium scale industries that may not have the required resilience and the capacity to rebound. So there's need for government to pay particular attention as to mitigating the impact it's had on their businesses.
Do you think this developments could discourage foreign investment in Nigeria's manufacturing space or affect current trade partnership with other countries? Okay,
to the extent that Nigeria remains the love of any investor in Africa, we should say that since also the U.S. imposition is a blanket one, so we are not likely to suffer more significantly than other African countries. But at the same time, it's going to shape our relationship with other partners. Actually, it should shape it in a positive manner. What it then means is that we need to continue to seek other markets, those ones that are not as volatile as America is, because until Trump started, I didn't know that with just a tweet and just the slightest provocation, any president in the world could dramatically transform the trade agreements that we've had. I mean, we negotiated an AGOA with a country, but a gentleman shows up and is following an agenda that was obviously crafted by his party and his personality, and then he's defining how the world is trading, which has sent shockwaves around the world. So I believe that it should reset the way Nigeria decides its trade partners. We should worry about the internal mechanism for arriving at trade negotiations in the countries we are dealing with, and it opens an opportunity for us to seek countries that have some measure of similarity and predictability with the way we craft policies.
Now, what short-term support or policy actions would you advise the Nigerian government to implement to caution manufacturers from this tariff's impact?
So happily for us, we have been engaged by government. The coordinating minister for the economy has indicated that the economic management team was going to co-create with private sector partners on a response that will take into consideration what the private sector needs and what government needs to do. Again, the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment has started an engagement with us. We have a template for determining our contributions, and we have asked our members who operate in different sectors to give to us those issues that are their concerns and those specific and granular considerations that we need to input. So we are co-creating that environment. But on a general term, I think what we need to decide is, are we going to negotiate at the continental level? Is Nigeria going to have a bilateral? What should be the content? What are we able to give away? For instance, amongst those items that are under the prohibition list, what has happened in the sectors that are to be impacted? We needed an impact assessment for us to be able to know the enormity of the challenge. And also, we, as part of our strategy, it is for us to look at other trading partners that we can safely align those products that we are exporting either to America to see whether it is still a viable market. But the lucky thing is that even Trump himself, I don't want to say he's running out of steam, but the happenings in this domestic environment, I think, has led to some reversals. I don't think the pause was actually informed by global outcry. It was informed by the tumbling of the stock market. It is also a prediction that America could be a net loser. I think that has made him a lot wiser, and it's important that we notice the vulnerability of the American market and tailor our response like that. But above all, is for government to ensure that they co-create a response and that it doesn't just become one other foreign policy that they are implementing.
Now, given that many manufacturers already face high input costs, FX scarcity and infrastructure gaps, how do you think this new tariff might further compound those challenges they are already facing?
No, certainly. I mean, those binding constraints that you mentioned have generally reduced our competitiveness. It has also made us much more vulnerable to external shocks. Before now, we had the shock of the geopolitics, we had the wars, we had the trade wars that were even operating at bilateral levels. Not to now talk of how the policy of America is impacting virtually all countries of the world. So I believe that it is certainly going to complicate the challenges that we have, but at the same time, it then creates some measure of urgency for government to address those challenges that we have spoken about. There is no doubt that Nigeria has one of the best opportunities as a country to advance in the industrial sector in Africa. So I think this is the time for us to recognize that we are most vulnerable to external shocks and for us to develop our internally derived solutions to our challenges. There are long-hanging fruits. There are those ones that my association has strenuously discussed with government. We have found solutions, and some of them are being implemented, but I think we need to speed up the implementation, especially now that the global economy is being shaken by America.
Now, just before I let you go, sir, we were not expecting this tariff to be imposed by the U.S. president. And there is also no assurance that another president from another country would not wake up tomorrow and do the same thing. Now, looking ahead, what structural reforms or strategies do you believe are necessary to strengthen local manufacturing against such global trade shocks?
It's for us to intentionally build resilience and to sharpen our export drive, because there is no alternative to building a viral manufacturing sector. Like I said earlier in the luncheon, it is a strategic choice. So you need to be able to build a sector that is operating in a fluid manner, in such a way that is binding constraints, infrastructure, finance, imports capacity, that's, I mean, the import infrastructure and export infrastructure, policy mix, there should be a sync between fiscal and monetary policy. We should be able to have intentional promotion and development of the sector. I mean, that is the most important one. And there are quite a number of measures that are already on the table for government to implement. For instance, the stabilization plan of government that promised to give 1 trillion to the manufacturing sector for us to reduce the incidence of inadequate and high cost of credit should be speedily implemented so that we can build resilience, so that we can be able to lower the cost of production and then be competitive. Because like you said, another country may just come up with this kind of a thing. But if you have a resilient manufacturing sector, the one that is beautiful enough to be courted by international capital, the one that is robust enough to be able to export into other markets, even without requiring any form of trade advantages and quota entrance. So we should be able to build that, and I think that is probably the only way that we'll be able to guarantee that those external shocks, because they must always come, it may not even come in form of import duties, it may come in form of other disruptions. I mean, we just had COVID. It could be any other thing. It could be wars. It could be a tumbling of the oil price. So there are quite a number of external shocks that only resilience and a viral manufacturing sector will be able to protect us.
Well, the Director General of the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, Mr. Segun Ajayi Kadiri, many thanks for lending your thoughts on the program. And that's it on this episode of the program. Many thanks for joining us. I'm Okpeyemi Owoshini. See you next time.
My name is Bintu Salihu Garba, IGB. from secondary school, I moved on to Kano Polytechnic. That's where I started painting. And I'm happy I was the first female to start painting the Kano State. When I was a child, I used to draw. By then, I didn't know what painting was. I guess you understand what I mean. Then my uncle, then Aladidia, late, he now took us to London. That's where I saw paintings of master's paintings, very beautiful ones at the National Gallery of Art in England. So from there on, I just love painting and I pick up interest from there. Because I noticed after every painting, a painter will now inscribe his name at the bottom of the painting. That was what inspired me. I said, boy, I would love to paint and then inscribe my name on that. From there on, I just pick up drawing and then I continue drawing. From there, it just leads to painting. Honestly, if you say dominated by men, possibly it is only here in Kano that painting is dominated by men. Other places, women do painting. If you say challenges, well, there are quite a lot of challenges, but I was able to go through it because the men I'm working with then, they were also helping me to see that as a female, they kept encouraging me, even the lecturers, they encouraged me to paint. So I now pick up painting and I continue doing it, and I truly, really worked hard to get to where I am today. I started teaching drawing. I got employed into Kano State Senior Service Management Board, that is secondary school. So I continue drawing, painting, and then teaching at the same time, and then making money from there because it's a job. It is what I do. You understand? It's what I do. I teach painting. I paint. People tend to commission me for some paintings. Some of them I even say flowers, some fruits, some vegetables, etc. I just continue doing it, and that's how I tend to make it as a business. As I've earlier mentioned, I told you I've been teaching for past decade now. You understand? So I guess I am passing this knowledge down. Now that I've come to this age, I'm in my studio, I allow teenagers to come. I teach them painting free of charge. Some of them, all they do is to buy the materials themselves. And then I do teach them, I do coach them, because you don't teach painting, you coach. It is some talent, like person has talent and then you now coach him, you develop his skill, you understand? So that is what I do now. I get teenagers and even adults, some of them are even interested. They do come to my studio and ask me, I would like to paint. Fine and good, since it is what I've been doing for over 30 years now. So I now find it easier to even teach anyone that is even interested in painting. for over 30 years. I cannot tell precisely how many. Like I told you, it is school. I teach in school and I take many classes, you understand? And I've taught in so many schools now in Kano, so many schools. And all of these schools, no class is less than 45 students that I taught. For the past 30 years, that is what I have been doing. So how many I teach now, I cannot tell. But I know I have taught a lot of people painting. The outcome of it now, I can see people are developing interest in painting, and alhamdulillah, they see female in it. People are now coming out to appreciate painting. Like though I forgot to mention to you that we have this Society of Nigerian Artists. We are shouting out to people, getting people, reaching to them, so that they will now understand painting, and that it is not only drawing, it is a way of life, because some people don't even know that painting is a profession. They don't know it. So now myself and members of the society, we are reaching out to people to get them to understand painting and drawing as well. Over the years, my painting, I delve mostly in culture. Any environment I find myself, I now tend to go into I see the culture, the kind of people that are there, like I now work with what they have there. My painting is mostly culture and educative as well. Anytime we hold an art exhibition, I do sell painting. And besides, when I was in school, visitors used to come and buy my paintings. That is why I lost count of my painting. Then I didn't know I should be counting them. As I'm working, people tend to come in and appreciate the work. By the time I'm working, they will tell me, okay, if you are through with this, I'm going to buy it. Some, by then, I even used to give it free of charge. I didn't know it is something that I should be counting or something I should keep as a sign. But much later now, I come to realize that every piece of my painting is like a child to me. So from there, then, I've started counting them. But the previous one I did, I cannot precisely tell their numbers. Now people are buying art and decorating their houses, and even places of interest now. And if you go around Kano, you will see that there are places that are decorated with paintings. You understand? So that is how we are reaching out to people. Even the government now, they do commission artists to come and do paintings in strategic places like what do you call it, recreation centers. Even in hospitals, we even have paintings in hospitals where we educate people, you understand, on, say, a kind of disease. Like now we have this COVID-19 around. You need to see the kind of illustration painters are doing to make it easier for people to understand what they should do and what not should do. start of COVID-19, honestly, I've been able to make 1 or 2 paintings to illustrate COVID-19 here in Kano using the kind of materials I have around me. For instance, now, okay, it's there behind you, so you can see. Yes, after I will show it to you. It's something I use, a plant that comes out in ball like this. So I use that kind of plant now. I paint it and I use it and I name it as COVID-19. I would like to advise the government, because anyway, almost everything on earth, people will say government should do something, government should do very well. But would like government to encourage artists and help us appreciate the work of art we do. Anytime they have anything to do with illustration or like kind of needing to inform people about something, we would like them to encourage us artists, to involve us artists to do those kind of things for them. Instead of them going outside getting those kind of illustration, billboard around, whatever, where there are artists around. So we like government to encourage us, like they do release fund for agriculture, they release fund for education, they should release fund for visual artists too. They should do that. Yes, government should do that. We also like people to appreciate our work. People should not just sit and say, oh, drawing. Drawing is a way of life. And art is not only drawing. Like you're standing there, you're wearing a hat, a cloth, a long trouser, it's art. You combine things on you to make you to beautify yourself, isn't it? So that is art. Art is a way of life. COVID-19 have affected the patronage very, very well. Yes, it has. But that is not withstanding, that is not stopping us from doing what we're doing, because it is not only foreigners that patronize our paintings. It's not only foreigners. So we are doing what we do, and then, painting, it is something you can do and keep. With time, those foreigners will come. Your clients, you say, I want so thing to be painted. From there, I, as an artist, I will now see and I'll sit down and think of what it is you want. First, if I like, I can make sketch on paper. Then I will now move on. Possibly it is a design you want. You mention the size of the design you want. Then I prepare my canvas. The process in preparing canvas, you need your easel, like what you see here is the easel stand, and then you need canvas, like I told you, this is it. You need, this is a white cloth that we use on it. Then you use emulsion paint to coat it several times so that it will be hard. Then you now use your oil color. If it is oil color, you use or acrylic color. You have so many media.
Right in the middle of this forest in southwest Ogun State, and inside the buildings below, a young generation of farmers in Nigeria is changing the face of farming and attracting young people to a venture many of them had not always liked. And 36-year-old Peter Okocha Jr., or PJ as he's fondly called, is leading the change. An economist by training before branching off into farming, PJ and his team are deploying a unique method of farming known as aeroponics to grow cash crops, starting out here in August of 2017.
What's taking place is that you're seeing agricultural technology. It's a disruptive form of technology. It's called aeroponics, whereby the plants are grown in a soilless medium. Essentially, there's no soil, and the roots of the plants, which are underneath these boxes, are being misted with nutrients and so forth. So everything is within a controlled environment, and it's fully automated as well.
Their focal crop is yam, a very popular edible starchy tuber mainly cultivated in Africa and exported across the world.
The yam subsector of the overall agricultural sector, it's a very lucrative sector. But the problem is that the requisite inputs haven't been applied. And so what we're doing in this program is saying that, okay, we know that there's a sector that currently has a value, according to the Food and Agricultural Organization based in Rome, of about $13 billion US. But with the requisite inputs, the yam subsector will grow from $13 billion to about $19 billion. And this is Nigeria alone. So what we've said is that, okay, we know also that Nigeria accounts for 60% of the global production of yam, but yet we don't have inputs such as seed. And as you know, seeds, or the lab and the seed essentially is the genesis of the agricultural sector. So what we're doing is that in conjunction with IITA, we get clean seeds, essentially from IITA, from the lab, and then we come and we transplant to the system here.
The system is a greenhouse where the yam seeds are grown in this row of boxes using aeroponics, more like growing yams in the air. Now just take a look at these leaves. Every leaf you see here is a potential tuber of yam. So to get a sense of how many tubers of yam we have here, you just have to do a count of all the leaves we have here. It's something very massive.
We have about 10 boxes, and in those boxes, all fully automated aeroponic systems, and it leads to high propagation of plants. And so we're actually massively propagating, and it will continue like this for a 3-year period of just continuous growth, non-stop. After the propagation, what you'll see is that it will essentially form a canopy. It will be very bush-like and so forth. And from there, we'll start vine cutting. And from the vine cutting, we'll cut these. We'll put them into essentially polyethylene bags and with a nutrient solution, and they'll stay in there for about a month. And essentially, what it is that because this is in a controlled environment, we're taking them out and saying, okay, we're preparing you for a month to get used to the external elements. And they'll be there for a month, and then we eventually take them to the field.
This is the field where they are brought and planted into the soil so the seeds could develop fully.
These right now currently have been here for about 3 weeks, and we're still planting now, and they'll be here for a total of about 3 months. And after about 3 months, we'll get seeds of about 250 to about 500 grams. And those are the seeds that we'll provide to farmers. And farmers can then go and plant directly, and this will give them the ware yam sizes of 1 kg, 2 kg and above.
One of the smallholder farmers who's been using the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm is Awofe Ademola. He's been into traditional yam farming all his adult life and says the yam seeds from the aeroponics farm have seen his output more than double and safe from pests.
There's a lot of difference between the two methods because the new method doesn't get infected by pests and it doesn't change color like the traditional planted yams. It will remain fresh as it is wherever it is kept. Their yam when harvested is almost 3 times or 4 times more than ours. When we plant one of our own seed yam, it equates to 4 of theirs.
Habibat Umar is the only female in the group. She's one of those overseeing the day-to-day running of the smart farm. She says she's fascinated by the whole idea of it.
One of the things that fascinates me most is the fact that we can go all year round producing food, more like you can cheat God's creation and having to depend on the rain and all. And everybody wants to eat all the time. You don't want to wait for when the rain is here. And so the fact that we can provide the food all year round, it's everything to me.
Even though all may seem fine, PJ and his team are battling familiar challenges to keep their operations running.
More attention needs to be given to the sector. There needs to be more financing put in place. We need to have adequate land laws in place and to ensure that we can optimize all the arable land that we have and so forth. There needs to be insurance. We need to have better road networks. Power is a major impediment as well. Essentially we have our own solar system, as well as the fact that we also have a generator as well for backup. So power cost is also a major impediment as well. So all of these things, if we can put all these things in place, then the sector will boom for sure.
PJ and his team are setting themselves up as role models for young people. In a country where youth unemployment is high, they are hoping to inspire many within their age bracket to take to their kind of farming technique.
We need women to even join this chain, because this is not all about, we've gone past the stage of waiting for men doing it. So why wouldn't I want to be part of it? Like, let people say, oh, she's a woman, she's doing it. Do you understand? So women have to join this chain.
My message for the youth is saying that, listen, with the use of technology and disruptive methods such as this, essentially you can run your farm on your laptop, on your computer and so forth and everything. It's all automated. So essentially this makes agriculture cool. It makes agriculture sexy. You have the technological components to it and so forth and everything. So it's not just the conventional, back-breaking work in the field and so forth and everything like that. There are also these components as well that will make it appealing to the youth. So I say, listen, join me. We have a nation to feed and we have a nation to grow as well.
It's extremely important to recognize that Afghanistan is one of the world's most climate impacted countries and also prone to natural disasters. I was able to witness firsthand the work that has been done on reintegrating refugees and returnees coming into the province, looking at the work that has been done in response to the earthquake in this area. Innovative approaches have been undertaken by the United Nations and partners to have local vernacular structures which are earthquake resistance, rebuilding permanent structures in this village behind me. I have seen again firsthand the collective efforts of the local authorities, of the partners, NGOs and the United Nations in trying to rebuild the lives together with the communities here. The response has enabled people to rebuild lives in a very challenging environment. And in my visit in Herat, I have had the opportunity to look at private sector enterprises that are working, bringing Afghan men and women into the marketplace, into economic activity, and particularly women-led micro and small enterprises was eye-opening to look at the potential on one side and the need for support for these enterprises to scale up through investments in microfinance, access to markets, support in business literacy skills, etc. This is a vital part of rebuilding Afghanistan with its private sector, tapping into the human capital of Afghan men and women, and affording the space, particularly for women and girls, to contribute and have the space to be part of the nation-building process of Afghanistan.
Within the country anticipate elections. Ahead of future elections, adding that these reforms and lawmakers call for broad sessions with stakeholders, including political parties, civil society, and legal experts. Now, to discuss this is Moshood Isa, who is an election observer and a good governance advocate. He joins us from Kano. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Fundamental, quite fundamental. What do you make of this proposal?
Thank you, Robert, for hosting me. Of course, we think there will always be new things that we need to look at. For every election we conduct, we're testing the new law, we're testing the new policy. And we've seen over time that INEC needs to be more independent. And right now, not even recent times, right from 2007, when the late Yahoo actually introduced the Justice Ways Electoral Reform Committee. One of the major recommendations that is actually recommended is actually the independence of INEC, removing the power of appointing not just the National Commissioner, but even the INEC chairman itself, removing the power of appointing INEC chairman from the president. The appointment of INEC chairman or the nomination of INEC chairman from the president and relating to appointing a minister. And what do you expect if you're a president? There is tendency that going to do your bidding. And the West Committee has actually recommended that the National Judicial Council actually do the work to INEC chairman. Again, these are very, very fundamental recommendations, and these are very, very important and critical recommendations INEC is actually proposing. But again, like I agree with INEC, it is not about power tussle, it's about trust, it's about accountability, it's about independence for the commission. So the power to appoint not just the INEC chairman, the National Commissioner, even the resident electoral commissioner should be divested from the president. Even down to the state independent electoral commission, where they are being appointed by the governor. This should not be the case. And again, I agree with INEC on this. This is all about independence. This is all about accountability, and this is all about building trust, building the trust of Nigerians in the electoral process. Nigerians are already looking forward to who the next chairman will be and how that will impact on the upcoming election, and how that will determine if they will trust the process or not. But these are very, very fundamental changes that INEC are actually proposing. And we have barely 2 years to the 2027 general. So there will be a lot of time to actually look at this, the whole proposition, go through a public hearing and see that these things are actually amended. The production we have the policies, we test our legislation, and we see what works and we see what we need to and I'm happy that you said we have about 2 years to the next election.
With the noise being made around the country, election next month or probably next year, people are talking so much about it. But let me ask you this. Look, INEC is calling for, the powers, for instance, to appoint a director of elections for every state. So which means with the current now, with President's Electoral Commission by the President, the INEC chairman does not have the power. INEC itself doesn't have the power to discipline these regs. Is that the case?
These persons are not. INEC can only recommend that this person has erred or this person has actually violated certain laws. We recommend that he be disciplined. But again, we've seen situations where electoral offenders actually go unpunished, and And then one of the recommendations by the Units Committee was the unbundling of INEC and creation of an electoral offences commission, because the INEC alone cannot do everything. They've been doing a whole lot, but the unbundling of sanctions and electoral offences commission is another major recommendation by that electoral reform committee, which will give opportunity for the commission or the electoral offenders to be
another electrifying episode. TV360 is back with more exciting content than ever before, and I am your host Queen, bringing the latest in the world of entertainment, movies, fashion, food, culture, anything you can think of, I got you covered. So now before we go into what we have today, let's take the latest news in the world of entertainment. First on the list, we have the grand finale of Priscilla Ojo and Jumak's wedding. Is like the official countdown to their wedding, their Nigerian wedding. And if you've been following their love story so far, you've noticed like they've been posting back to back. They've had their Nika wedding, they've had their civil wedding, and now they're about to have their major wedding. That's like the grand finale of like everything. And 2 months ago, the couple actually sealed their wedding in a beautiful nikah ceremony and an intimate civil wedding. Now the grand finale wedding is coming on the 17th of April, and like everyone is just into it. Like they are giving us back to back, because I think she has like 5 pre-wedding outfit looks, and trust me, I've not able to what today has itself, but like we've been seeing interesting, beautiful costumes and outfits from this couple, and like I can't personally wait. Like I'm really happy for Priscilla Ojo, and I'm happy for her husband. I wish them all the best. So next on the list we have Davido. Davido has finally announced his white wedding date with Chioma. So the Nigerian superstar Davido has officially revealed his plans for his white wedding with his wife Chioma, and is set to hold in Miami in this August. Remember last year, like we had like another lavish wedding of like their traditional wedding. Like it was like a holiday in Nigeria. It was really amazing. So speaking during an interview on the Breakfast Club, Davido compared Nigerian wedding customs to those in the United States, noting how family dynamics have officially played like a significant role in the African unions. And the singer, who previously held his lavish traditional wedding in Nigeria, shared their updates while reflecting on the cultural differences and the intense public attention surrounding their relationship. So I'm really happy, and I can't wait for another holiday again in Nigeria, because it's Davido. Our Davido is getting married. So last on the list we have the Billboard names Nicki Minaj the greatest female rapper of all time. And trust me, I've been like a Nicki Minaj fan like since I was a child, and I've literally gone through all her music and everything. She's the best. For me, she's the best. So the Billboard has released its staff list of the 25 greatest female rappers of all time, which had featured iconic female MCs across the 4 decades of American hip-hop. Despite breaking into the mainstream barely 1 year ago, we have another Grammy winner, that's Doechii, which made it to the 24th position on the list. I'm really happy for her. Like she just came into the world of music and she's already doing well. And we also have Grammy winner, that's Cardi B, ranked the top, I think 11 on the list. And that's just it. I'm just happy that female rappers are actually doing so well in the industry. Like, go women, we got it. Anywhere, anyhow, we are there. So that's it for the entertainment news. So today we'll be diving into the world of music and entertainment industry. So sit back and relax. Let's explore the magic in the silver screen together. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Welcome back, guys. So here in the studio is Wavy Vibes. He's a hype man, FC and event planner with 5 years in the entertainment industry. He has acquired the wealth of experience over the years working with leisure entertainment juggernauts such as Sound City, Landmark Africa and many more, with an educational background in the business administration from Lagos State Polytechnic. Wavy Vibes career so far in the entertainment industry has been one driven by resilience, passion and the desire to give people premium quality experience in the entertainment field. Wavy Vibes currently champions a new generation of hype entertainment through brands Wavy Vibes Creation and Wavy House. Here with me in the studio is Wavy Vibes. Hello. Hi. Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm really happy to meet you finally. Okay. Yeah. How's everything been?
It's been great.
The hustle.
Great, yeah.
It's good. Okay, so now let's talk about what I know, like you do 3 different things: an event planner, MC, and hype man. So let's talk about your hyping. How did you come about it, and was it a planned thing or something like you just got into?
For the hype, I feel like it's just something natural that came.
Okay.
So I feel it's just something that was being gifted by my natural talent.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's very comfortable doing that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So how did you get into hyping? Like you just, or let's just say, when did you discover you can actually get into this particular field?
I would say like 2 or 3 years
ago. Okay,
yeah,
like because I know then it wasn't like a thing, but now it is.
Yeah. So let me just say like some little story about that. Like,
okay, just tell us.
Yeah, I have a few of my friends. His name is Toby Onobajo.
Okay.
Yeah, so we are very close. We love partying when we were in school and all that. No. So then I was like, bro, man, I like this music and hype when we used to be in university and all that. I said it's something we can also try, and let's see how we can start doing something like this. So there was a day that when he told me that there was a party coming up.
Okay.
His family, they are throwing up a party in December, which is called Record 27.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that was when I started all this hyping stuff. Then I was like, okay, let me try this. Then immediately I fall into the occasion and the events. I was like, okay, let's do this.
Okay.
It was awesome. I had everybody screaming like, wow.
Oh, nice.
It was a great experience though. It was a great experience.
Okay, now that's like bringing me to like my next question. Like your first experience, how was it like? Good? Were you nervous? Were you scared? Did you not believe in yourself? Like you could do this and all like that? Just tell me about it.
Yeah, not really. I won't say I'm pressured or something because
So
I feel it's just being natural.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's bring by the most high. Yeah, so I feel very comfortable with that.
Doing it.
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
so what inspired you?
Yeah, I'll say what inspired me just being natural. It's just me. It's part of me. And I will still say big shout out to my mentor, people I look forward to, like Shaya Banks, Active Boy of Lagos.
Yeah, we all know them.
Yeah.
So like there's no do you have like a particular style in your hyping and everything?
Yeah, I do have I would say Afro hype.
Okay.
That's what I do. Yeah, Afro hype.
Okay. So now what's the craziest event or party you've ever been to, and like how was your performance like?
Yeah, I keep it 100.
Oh, the energy is top.
Yeah, unlimited.
Okay.
It's all zero gravity.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Gravity.
I love that.
Yeah, so it's always a vibe whenever I'll come on stage.
Okay, that's good. So now we know like Lagos nightlife is wild, and how do you keep up the energy all night? We know like in this Lagos, there's even like party every night. We have Monday parties, we have Tuesdays, every time of the day. So like how do you keep up the life and moving maybe from one place to another, like the hustle and all?
Yeah, I won't say it's difficult for me because I have the whole team around me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
so you have like a team.
Yeah, shout out to Vibes House, shout out to Cash Cudi, YM, Kiba.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
so
good.
those are my guys. So they always get me home like, Wavy, let's go, let's do it, let's get active. Yeah.
I love that. So do you have like a signature hype like line or something like, like a signature word? For example, we know if we hear something like a song of Davido, we know that that's Davido. We know like there's a song of Verma. We know like each or one of them have like a particular signature style or line. Do you have like one?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay.
Definitely.
What's that?
I have so many.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
So let me just give you this. Like people know me like Axie. Akara Senior Burger. Big shout out to Jax, Jagu. Okay. We are live, yeah, we are live.
That's good, good. So are there any major artists or DJs you've worked with, and what has your experience been with them?
Yeah, it has been good, and I love working with DJs that understand my tempo, my kind of vibe, and the kind of music which I flow with, because yeah, I love Afro house music.
And the tempo is very important.
Yeah, I also love Afrobeat, and I'm a piano.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a piano. That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
So, is there the most remarkable day like of your life? The day you came on stage and maybe you were doing a demo, like everyone was just hailing you, like any most important day that you can never forget. Would you like to share your experience with us?
Okay. Yeah.
What event
like
was
so
that?
many. Is that?
What event was that?
Oh, it was sorry, that was LOL.
Okay.
That was Laugh Out Loud. It's like I had the opportunity to meet artists like Ayastar.
Oh, that was good.
Yeah, so it was we are both on the same room, whereby we were gisting, talking about music and hype and all that. So it was great sharing the same room with her. So it was fun. I love Ayastar. So I'm a fan of Ayastar.
Oh, okay, that's good. So is that the DJ you look forward to with, like working with?
Yeah, for the DJ I really want to work with, yeah, there's so many.
Okay, this guy was like this.
I would say like DJ Tunes.
Okay,
Yeah,
get you.
and DJ Dimple.
Okay.
And, DJ Deeps of Sound City and DJ Motivate. Yeah, those are my DJs. I love the vibe. Anytime I'm outside, I love listening to the tracks, the mix and all that.
That's nice. Okay, so can you tell me? I know like everything has been. We wouldn't say we've not had challenges so far. So like, can you just share like one of the experience, like the biggest challenge so far in the hiking in Nigeria, in Lagos, I would say?
Okay. My biggest challenge is whenever actually on activation is like there was one event I went to when I was hiking. I was doing my thing along the road, like I can't even hear my voice anymore.
Oh, like the mic went off?
The mic went off. I was like, what's going on?
Okay.
What's up, the sound engineer? Can you please switch this off? Yeah. But eventually, you know what I just did? I took this mic. I had to go with my normal vocals.
How was it?
I was just doing it because I love what I'm doing.
Okay.
So
the crowd followed.
Everybody was like, yeah, I was dancing along that vibe at that moment because everybody was like, oh, this guy is good. This guy, I love your energy. You'll be going now for like 5 hours plus. Like, what do you take? I said, no, this is just me. This is me naturally. Yeah.
Yeah, that's good because I know like this, and you need like a lot of energy to keep up with the vibe and everything and bring everybody to your level. That's another thing because maybe in a party you're not just feeling negative and all. So let's just say, have you ever had like a moment or in a space like the crowd did not just feel your energy, or maybe you were trying to do what you know how to do best, but they were not just feeling you? Was there like a point in your life like you had something like that?
I don't think so. Like
it has been rosy for you,
and it has been great. Like it has been fun on stage. Anytime I get to the stage, I know Wavy Vibes. Wavy Vibes is active. Whenever Wavy Vibes is active, everybody wants to get active.
Okay.
Yeah, it's always like 100 and 100.
Oh,
yeah.
So like, how will you describe your relationship with your crowd and your fans and everything? Has it always been good, 100 and all? You've never had like a dull moment?
Yeah, because I understand the business. You need to get close to your audience.
Yeah, that's another thing.
You need to put them on.
Exactly.
Let them be on the same velocity with you.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's a vibe already, and this is Wavy Vibes.
Okay, so you have to do what you know how to do best.
Yeah.
That's good. So let's just talk about have you ever lost your voice like at any point?
Yeah.
Maybe at the point you were screaming and like, yeah, I'm going to hear myself.
Yeah, that's way that
we
happens.
want to share your experience.
Yeah, that happens like almost like every gigs like that, but I do manage it because I have my people that are in charge of taking care of me. Because I have Loba. She really wants to like, what's up? Please go and get your water, get your green teas and all that. So you should just take all your stuff like, yes, because you have another gig, because you need this money. Let's get this booking coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
So is there any like major misconceptions about hype men that you know?
Yeah, because I feel like people used to feel like hype men were just rouse people back then, but now you can see the movement, you can see the culture now. You see the likes of Active Boy, Shopsidu, Mates is a banker.
Yeah.
So also doing hype, you understand? So they really inspire me a lot. Yeah, we can do this. We can spread this culture out of this Africa. So it's a movement.
Yeah,
yes.
I really like it. I really like it because I know like you guys usually just bring vibes to parties instead of like normal music just playing and playing and playing. So people are like, no hype man, like the party is not going well. And I know that now it's like a thing because there's this upcoming girl I know, Ivana, that has actually been doing hyping from TikTok and everything. So I just got to know about it and I never knew like it's that stressful, but I understand you and I get what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's just go on a quick break. We'll be right back.
Okay.
So guys, we're going on a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay with us. now let's talk about events and everything you've organized so far. How has it been like emceeing and event planning? I know event planners, you guys try it. So like, just tell about your experience and you doing the MC work and everything.
Yeah, for my experiences, like I would just say, I want to give shout out to my team.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll be doing so well for me because I know it's not easy.
Yeah,
we have to put in
definitely.
this work. Yeah, because doing this is just something I really love doing. Since when I was in school, I've been doing this for like more than 5 years, which we said but like my guys are just being putting me out like, Wave, you need to do this, let's get this, going to different events, see how they do their things and all that. So we put that into our own work as well too, because they are all inspiration as well too, because even if you go out for activations and you won't get that insight about how you want to go about your own business and all that, because people have to put you on as well too.
Sure.
Yeah, I want to give shout out to my guys, my team, my mom, my sisters, because they've been my supporters, and also to my own personal PA, Loba. She has been doing so well for me too.
That's good. So now we know you from your background, bio and everything. I could see that you studied business administration in school. So like, was it like a point you wanted to do hiking and you're like, oh no, don't do it? Or maybe you had like discouragement from family, or not maybe people supporting you in this field? Have you ever had like issues with that?
Yeah.
So how did you pull through?
Yeah, because life is all about challenges.
Okay.
Yeah, because I understand that even sometimes you might just talk to your friend like, okay, this is my idea, this is what I want to put on, like this is what I want to get doing and all that. So like they will tell you, bro, don't you feel like this finance thing, you understand? And with the economy thing, and everything, but Baba is active, but what we need to do this thing. You can't wait, you understand, because Jesus is active. That's what I would just say.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you think you get more recognition in the society or in the entertainment industry? Like, do you think hype men, you guys actually have like more recognition in the entertainment segment or industry? Do you think you guys have more visibility in it?
Yeah, I would say at the moment you can see for yourself. You can see Active Boy, Shea Banks holding it out, both in the country and then in the other side, like in UK, America. Do you understand? And imagine seeing Shea Banks holding it out at O2 Arena, seeing Spesh for Davido, seeing them in O2 Arena doing that stuff. No, it's something we should celebrate as well too. Because I know definitely I'm going to get there too.
Okay. Yeah. So it's something that you feel we should take note of more.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I feel it's like a new segment that just came. Like no one really knows about hiking, but now you guys actually have major energy and like the vibes you guys bring to pastimes. So do you think it's something that we should actually make more global now?
Oh yes, definitely, because hype is the party. Hype is the vibe.
Sure.
So you guys just keep on supporting us. Afrotech, Afro hype. There's different genres of hype to get. So we are into this. We are not stopping.
Okay, I like the energy. Okay, have there been like situations where you have to like pull crowd, maybe your fans to come to like an event just for you and everything? Like maybe trying to just pull crowd when you have events to host?
Yeah, anytime I want to hold an event, I don't need to just put my graphics out.
Okay.
Because Wave is active.
So anywhere Wave is, everyone wants to like turn up.
Yeah, definitely, because it's always a vibe. Yeah, it's always a vibe.
Alright. So in the process of hosting and everything, like you said, have there been like any moments that you're most proud of, that you're really, really happy you've gotten to this part, or year, or like event you attended, or one or two things that you've actually said, okay, I'm proud of Wavy?
Yeah, I won't say that much. Like I have a couple of events which I've really performed, like Obi's House, Amapiano Districts, Element House. We've done a lot, but I feel like there's more to do. there's a lot to do because it's like a stepping stone as well too. Because I feel if I start talking about what I've done, there are so many catalog. Yeah, because I feel like there's more to do. Because we need to achieve more. We don't stop.
That's it. So now will you just walk us through your experience? Like so you prepping for like an event? Are there like any routine you like to share? Like check yourself, your voice and everything, or any new lines you have to even learn before you get on stage?
Yeah.
Like what?
Like yeah guys, my event is coming, which is called Vibes House.
Okay, so like the prepping processes.
So really it's more of like an house kind of vibe whereby people come. It's like your own party.
Okay.
You just come, you can be the hype, you understand? You can be the artist, you can be the DJ. You understand? So that's why we call it Vibes House.
Okay.
So it's more of like come do your thing. You know, everybody likes coming to where you get the freedom to do whatever you like. You understand? So Vibes House is here to stay.
That's good. So is there any worst experience you've had? Apart from the one you shared before?
Yeah, I feel like I don't really get pressured about
what you do.
Yes, yeah, I don't really get pressured, yes.
Alright, okay. Can you do like a freestyle for us? Just maybe 1 minute freestyle. Okay. Yeah, let's go.
Ready? You already know. It's your boy Wavy Vibes. We outside at the TV360. We are not be that girl really from, come on man. We be that girl to be backside. We be that girl really from, come on man. We be that girl to be backside. I'm a piano. I'm happy, oh. I'm happy, I know. Say, I'm happy, oh. I'm happy, I know. Yeah, say, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate, activate, jubilate. You better get active. Say, you better get active. We are outside at 360 TV. Keep it log with us, so we're live. Stay positive. You already know.
I like the fact like it's just freestyle and natural going. So let's go on the last quick break. We'll be right back. Hey guys, let's go on a quick break. We'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back guys. So Wavy Vibes, before we end the show, let's just do like in and out, let's just say 10 questions for 60 seconds, just garbage in, garbage out. I'll just ask you a few questions and you just respond, okay? So let's say your favorite celebrity couple.
My favorite celebrity couple, I'll say Jay-Z and Beyonce.
Oh good. So most outstanding day of your life?
Outstanding day of my life, when I was performing at Landmark.
Oh.
For karaoke.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good, that's good, that's good. So football or basketball?
Football day.
Okay, so your favorite relaxation spot where you like to chill and relax?
I'll say Obi's house.
I like that because I've heard so much about it, so I'm not even surprised. So let's say movies or novels, which would you prefer?
I prefer movies.
Alright, favorite city?
City, I'll say Benin City.
Are you from Benin City?
Yeah.
Okay, so our favorite indoor sport?
Indoor sport, I have a clubhouse.
Good. Favorite food?
Amala.
You didn't even give us something very sophisticated that we can say, you're to go, Okay, that's good. So if you were going to tick off one thing on your bucket list, what would it be?
What would that be? My bucket list? I don't want to be a musician.
Right, we are stressing in this city.
Very stressful to be here right now, sir.
It was a lot of stress, I know.
And all that, but I had to be here because you need to take your business serious.
That's good. So let's just say if you were given $10,000 to stay in a well-furnished apartment without anybody, just food and internet, will you take it? For 6 months?
For 6 months?
Yeah, 6 months.
I'm active for that.
Should we make it a year?
Man, I'm active.
2 years.
Active. what else do I need people for? When I have the money, I have the relaxation, I have the comfort.
Hype, exactly.
I'm going to create my own happiness.
That's good. That's good. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Yeah,
and we look forward to seeing you on stages, big performances, and other places, actually.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to have you too.
Anything other thing you want to say to the guests?
Yeah, I want to tell you guys, Biograph is coming. I want to see you all there 19th April this same month, this same year.
All right.
So big shout out to my guys, my team, to Cash Kuri, to YM, to Kiba, to Stan Shoes. Man, we are live, we are active. Still stay positive, man. Akara Senior Burger. Yeah.
Thank you so much. It's been nice having you on the show.
Yeah, same here too.
Okay, all right. So guys, that's all we can take on this episode. Thank you so much for staying with us. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.
Even though it is considered that we have a so-called disability, we really are able persons with different abilities.
For society, in order to be included of persons with disabilities, we need to have equal access to education and to knowledge and information. Yet, out of millions of publications each year, fewer than 5% are made available in accessible formats for visually impaired persons. In developing countries, an even smaller percentage of publications are available in accessible formats. The Marrakesh Treaty, as it is called, will greatly expand the availability of artistic and literary works in accessible formats, such as Braille, large text, and audiobooks. This can make a real difference in the lives of the world's more than 300 million visually impaired persons.
At the end of the day, we must come together and make however and where we are in the world be a place of unification, because me being blind visually doesn't mean that I have to be blind spiritually. And someone being sighted doesn't mean that they should be blind of those things in the world that we need to fix. We have to have inclusion.
Let us not become handicapped again. blind to the issues and the problems of those in need.
Ayatoro community is a theocratic communist setting funded by a group of believers known as the Apostles in 1947. Ayatoro community in its heydays has the largest per capita income in the whole of West Africa. Initially, Ayatoro community was 15 to 20 kilometer landmass away from the sea. But as it stands now, more than 10 kilometers of the total landmass has gone into the sea. And this frequent surge is attributed to emission from multinational oil companies off the coast of our land, not minding the environmental challenges and disasters.
This is a community established in one of the Nigeria days. A lot of people you see in the offshore were chosen here. Both mechanical engineer, electrical engineer, and nautical engineer were trained in this bush. Without that, yes, this bush, I call this place bush. And this is the second technical workshop approved by IWD. This is now Minister of Transport. IWD is in the Inland Waterway Department. That is the colonial time.
This place is like small London. So, and our primary occupation here is fishing. You can see now, everything now has been eroded. Some of our fishermen, they have went to other places to find for their source of livelihood.
It's just a sudden that we have been experiencing corruption coming every day by day. And since that time, we have been making effort to the federal government because we are law-abiding citizens. We believe that we cannot engage ourselves in a radical ways because we believe that by protesting, writing letters, federal government can come to aid. By the videos, a lot of things we have been doing since we have been expressing the Sea Church.
I'm worshiping and sitting. That area, that is the iconic worship center. Yeah, that is the iconic worship center. Over there, we have the community service center here, over there. Then at the same time, the major streets where other minor streets were linked to permanent command by the Supreme Court.
I'm worried because this recurrency surge is affecting us in virtually all human aspects of our life. Social life has been collapsed, economic-wise has been collapsed, health-wise, nothing to sing and dance home about. Even our religious activities, our life and religious life has been collapsed totally. Because Ayeto community is a religious set. The church is not here. We are not just called here to trade or to do other activities. The church is the community is the church. So every aspect of our life has been totally, damaged by this recurring sea surge happening in Nigeria. Over 20 years, we've been into this. People have lost, several properties worth millions. Buildings has collapsed. Over 500 to 600 to 700 buildings have washed away. Our industrial power has been collapsed. I think community is known to be a self-developed community on its own without any intervention of the federal government or the state government over the years. Yet we kept on going. If by now the ocean surge, as a result of the oil exploration that is going on in our offshore, is destroying our land. Up to now, we cannot see the hand of the government coming to help and to rescue us. It is so sad, and that's why I'm worried.
ní ilé ó máa ẹrù wa inú ìjọ tó bá ń wo báyìí tí àwọn bá lè nígbà gbà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ó gbé gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ nìyẹn.
Thing is excruciating, it is extreme. But every blessed day, people used to die because of the thinking that the community that was founded at their presence has been eroded. So it is extreme, it is serious, it is harrowing.
My father's house happened to be the house, the extreme house, before the Atlantic Ocean. We lost it 2017. 2007, that was when we lost it. It's highly devastating. Even the one that belonged to my grandmother, we lost it. That was along primary school road. We lost it too. So I'm affected. I'm highly devastated. Now I'm a tenant in my hometown. Imagine how it's highly devastating. We need support of the entire world to save this community. Ayeto community is a community that must not go to extinction. It's a very serious situation.
So the community is divided into two, the up and down. So the up is reserved for the male. Why do that? Because they want them to access the sea quickly because of the institution of education. Then the downside is reserved for the female, so that they can drive their fishes, because the Atlantic breeze is coming from the up, so that the smoke will not disturb the community from up. That was why they situated the downside first, so that their kitchen can be downside. So you have Bale, Abejoye, Korodunwane, Adedoni, Alebiosu, Bishop, Arojolu. Then so after Arojolu you have information house or the glass house as we used to call it.
So where's the glass house?
It's gone already. That is where all the information regarding the Ayeto community, people coming just like you came now. So all the information you buy your trip, what you are going to do, when you are going to, you go back. So it's documented before you go into the community. That was how it was done. Then the city hall, the civil center, all of them are done. After the city hall, you have Ojomo Street is gone too. So behind Ojomo, you have the church building, the church street and the church building. It's gone already.
That church is very important.
Very important. That is where they situated that night of Ghana Express 1947 is when they came in. Now we have Akinjoye, we have Ajayi. Then in Ajayi Street, we have the first Ogeloyinbo Palace built with wood. So that one is gone too. We have Olowojayi. Then after Olowojayi, you have the shoe making industry.
Well, there used to be a
shoemaking industry. One of the industry. So have Olowojayi and it is shoemaking and you have a low after the Sobase we have a mini supermarket. There's a mini supermarket here. So after the mini supermarket where you have the little mysteries. So from the upside,
where's the mini supermarket?
It is just behind the what's called.
But it is still there.
We can still find it there. So after the what's called the mini supermarket, you have Oyetomi Street. So from the main side now, from the main side, those the main streets. Oyetomi Street is the only surviving street you can find up.
And it's been threatened.
It's threatened. And almost we have just 2 buildings.
That is where my mother's father's house was situated. And it has been eroded.
There are just 2 houses.
And your fear now is that this side, where they put the new side might be affected. So it's like everybody has moved to this side now.
Yes. So most of the men now, they are actually residing with their wives. So everything is the only one that you see. Then from the downside where you have
it's no longer
gone. It's gone completely. It's gone completely. Where you can have the Broad Street, the beauty of the Broad Street now, it's around Block 5. That's where you can have the beauty of the Broad Street.
Okay, I see.
Tí ẹ bá wo ọ̀hún yẹn, church wa gbogbogbò main church táwọn bàbá ńlá wa kọ́ òdùwò àtúkọ̀ mi òdùwò.
The church is where all the inhabitants of this land gather to worship God, because that was the revelation our forefathers would see. This place is a Christian utopian religious community for the service of God. It has actually changed the landscape totally. Let me put it that way. Why do I say so? It's because when you look at the land mass, as at when our founding father came here in 1947, it is about 20 or 10 kilometers to the shore. So people had to trek. I think Dr. Noge wrote a book about Ayeto community. But the only challenges that the fishermen, because Ayeto is known for fishing, the only challenges that they are having, it is the accessibility to the shore. Too. That is as at that time, and it's been a long time. So it has actually changed the landscape, and we are worried about it. This is the community technical college. Here we are. Now you can see now these are debris has been ravaged by the sea surge. Now that place, that is the bakery that we are using before. This last month, this surge has ravaged this place, and we relocated to another place. So it is serious. That is the powerhouse generating plant. It has been affected, greatly affected by those surge. We also have dockyard over there where marine boats were built in the past. That place has been submerged as well. So nothing to write home about in the community again. All our social cultural activities has gone. The secondary school has been relocated for about 3 consecutive times now. Nothing again.
If urgent intervention is not coming any moment from now, the community will no longer in existence because 2/3 of the community has been.
My fears is that if something reasonable, prompt action is not taken on the part of government to salvage this land, perhaps we don't pray for such anyway. The community might go into extinction. We don't want that because Aito community has helped the federal government, even the West Africa, in terms of marine. Because when Aito was having a technical school, the Aito community has trained experts in marine engineering, nautical engineering, and they are serving all the multinational companies that we can see in our offshore. Aito community has built the largest fishing boat in the history of Nigeria and West Africa. It was built here by our local carpenter. And those people that even built those big boats, they were still alive. Check Fishing News International. It's there.
If prompt and urgent action is not taken, within the space of 2 months, where we stand here will no longer be. So, and that is why we are appealing to the federal government as a matter of urgency and exigency to please come to our rescue so that Ayetoro is a historic community, so that it will not become a thing of history. That is our appealing. We are appealing to the Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC, Victor Osopade, Ondo State Oil Producing Area Development Commission, to please come to our rescue so that this glorious community will not become a thing of history.
So we are begging federal government, we are begging the international community, we are begging NDDC, we are begging all relevant agencies to please come to aid.
Apáwa ò ká o, wọ́n jọ kọ́ má jẹ́ kó kú yìí kó gbé wa lọ, gbogbo ilé ibi iṣẹ́ wa, gbogbo ilé ìsìn, council church, gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti wó.
And are now appealing to the state government, federal government, and the world to give what we call immediate action on this community. If you were here about 20 years back, we will tell you the extension of this place. You can't believe.
عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمتها فنحن برضه بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك وانت قاعد في زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له والزمن اللي بديك له والقاضي ده زمن محدد انت حاول تستفيد كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخد قرار يقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject to first the availability of funds and availability of personnel, that this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in the country, which all political parties and all parts of society believe is the utmost necessity in this country.
Hello and welcome to the program. I'm the last article. There's widespread condemnation for the brutal killing of 16 hunters from Kano State by a vigilante group at Uromi, Edo State. According to reports, the 16 hunters were among 25 travelers on their way to Kano State for the Eid al-Fitr celebrations who were intercepted by a vigilante on the suspicion that they were kidnappers and were lynched to death. Governor Monday Okwebolo of Edo State has now pledged that swift justice will be served for the 16 slain hunters. Okwebolo made the pledge when he paid a condolence visit to the bereaved families at Terankawa in Kano State in company of Governor Abba Yusuf. While expressing deep sorrow over the tragic incident, Okwebolo said the government will not relent until justice is served, adding that 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. Currently, police, military and plainclothes security agents have taken over strategic junction with Uromi to Dawo Ipaiko. Joining me to discuss more on this is the former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, Mr. Dennis Amasi. Thank you very much for coming on the program. Now, judging from what has played out ever since, what do you make of this unfortunate incident? I mean, vigilante groups are not new in Nigerian communities, and there's no doubt been helpful over the years.
Okay, thank you very much for having me. You see, we have to look at the root causes, because these things will continue happening. You know, it will not be the last time, and if we don't look at the root causes and take care of those root causes, then they will continue happening. Now, what do I mean? We've had these killings all over the place. You know, you have these killings, and it is because of these killings that you have vigilante groups, even like Amoteku, you know, and these groups have been taking care of some of the bushes, the forests, the ungoverned spaces that we have. But we have to regulate it properly. You know, regulate it in the sense that these vigilante groups should be reported to a formal law enforcement agency. You know, they cannot operate on their own. And when they start operating on their own, then of course they go descend all the way down to jungle justice and other kinds of things that are happening. So I think there is work to be done about this particular issue.
Now, the government has repeatedly called on local vigilante groups and hunters to step in to fill security gaps in the fight against bandits and terrorists in Nigeria. However, the Edo State governor described these vigilante groups as illegal. Now, what makes a vigilante group legal, and how should, well, you've mentioned that they should report to higher authority, but then what's the process like in saying that these vigilante groups are legal?
Well, I'm so surprised about for the governor, because this is not the first time, this is not the right time for him to come and say that that vigilante group is illegal or this one is legal. Vigilante groups have been existing for long. And you know, if you think very seriously about this, vigilante groups were formed basically to protect the communities, because we've had history of herdsmen going and killing in the bush. And the best thing is that, you know, these communities should start to, you know, take care of themselves, you know, and it has continued like that. And of course, this self-help program has been, you know, giving birth to different kinds of vigilante groups. Like you hear of the Amoteku and all the rest in the western states and everywhere. Most states have their own vigilante groups that they use. Now, which one is legal and which one is not legal, I don't know. But they should have even legalized, or should I say register them, before anything like this come to happen. But if you don't, until when something like this happens, then you come and say they are illegal or not illegal, I think it's just begging the question. It because the root causes, like I said, is for the people to protect themselves, and there has been a lot of killings, and I don't know whether those killings have been fully addressed.
Now, this incident brings to mind similar ones where people have taken the law into their own hands and committed condemnable acts of jungle justice. We understand that activities of kidnappers in the area might have triggered the action, like, it has been told in times past. How significant is this particular incident in highlighting the dangers of mob actions or jungle justice as the case may be in Nigeria?
Well, you know that people have been pushed to the corner, whereby they are really worried about their own security. And of course, for people to now come back and say, hey, let us get a vigilante group, and these vigilantes are actually working. They don't, they stay up at night. They go into the bushes and they come across some of these people. This is not the first time vigilantes have been arresting, people marauding in the forest and stuff like that. And of course, you find out that a lot of killings, especially around the Uromi area, a lot of killings are taking place. And that's why I think the governor himself should go back and look at it, talk to the security agencies and find out, what has happened about those killings that happened in Uromi before. Because they've been doing these killings and people are just crying. And I'm surprised that this time everybody is taking it so seriously. This is what should have happened all the time when people are being killed. So I think we regulate the process, the procedures or the processes of these people. Let them not descend to jungle justice, because some people are so angry losing their family members, and they feel that, look, this is the right time to, there's no need to go and call police or anything like that. Let's just finish it. But that's not how it should be.
Right. Now, response mechanisms in the country have also always been a matter of concern. The response of the police in matters like this, for details provided, there was enough time for the police to storm the scene and control or prevent further harm, but nothing of such happened.
Well, that is, the problem with the police, because for a place like Uromi, there's a DPO. There's a DPO. How can he say that something like, and that's what I'm saying, that there's a disconnect between the vigilante group and the police. Because if there's a connection or a reporting line, when they find these people, arrest them, and they've even discovered arms and ammunition with them, the next person to call is the DPO. And the DPO will quickly send his men down there, and then of course we remove all these people for better interrogation on what they are doing, where they are going, why they are carrying those kind of arms. But there is nothing like that. And apparently I can tell you that maybe the people don't even trust. That distrust between the community people and the police must have caused a situation whereby they'll say, don't even think about him, let's do what we have to do, and they went ahead and did it. So I think the police should start taking charge of their area and make sure that these kind of things don't happen.
All right. Mr. Macri will continue this conversation after this break. Please stay with us. The program will continue shortly.
Hello. Alahaji. Right now I'm in Abuja. No. Hello. Adamu. Right now I'm in Kano. Yes. When I get back, I will just call you. Look, what is wrong with you? I'm talking on the phone and you are gesticulating and doing. What's wrong with you?
Daddy, where exactly are we at the school?
Are you alright? This is Lagos.
Well, you just lied to someone that we're in Abuja.
Keep quiet. Who told you you can tell another person is lying?
Daddy, you just lied. And by lying, you are raising corrupt children for the future of Nigeria. That is corruption, not in my country.
In the last 3 years, we have built a multi-purpose center, which is the envy of all in our constituency. And I can tell you that the people who are living there are already enjoying it.
Guy, do you think what this man just said is true? See, I seriously doubt. I'm sure it's one of those that are civilized.
Wait. Do you know there's a way to find out if these things he's saying is true or not? This is the construct. It gives people like us a sure way to track implementation of constituency projects. It gives valid and verified information on location of projects, amounts allocated, amount funded, the level of job done, and even the profiles of concerned legislators. You and I can post directly on this app.
Are you serious?
This is the go-to app if you want to know how our commonwealth is being expanded by the government.
Wow. Let's even see if what this man said is true. Show me.
The Construct app is developed by Oro Paper Nigeria with support from USAID and is available on both Google Play Store and Apple Store.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course, I told you.
Welcome back. We're still discussing the killing of 16 hunters in Uromi, Edo State. And my guest is still the former assistant director at the DSS, Dennis Amaki. Thank you very much for staying with us. Now, so far, Governor Pablo of Edo State has suspended the head of the Edo State Security Corps. But then, the state government have the capacity to handle these various security groups and security initiatives as well, so that their duties are defined.
For state police, and when the state police comes, the state governors are supposed to be the ones that are going to supervise the operations of these state police. And I think that in fact all these vigilantes popping up in different places, because everybody was thinking that yes, we really need security down at the grassroots level. And this is the chance for them to even practice on how they will be dealing with the state police. And in fact, state police are not supposed to be one for political to fight your political enemies. It is meant for the security of the communities. So the governors are well placed to take care and follow the procedures, or even write down or gazette all the procedures that they are supposed to follow. The police is supposed to cooperate with the governor in doing this, so that these vigilantes are properly managed. So yes, the governor he has the capacity to do this.
Right. So let's discuss the issue of arms possession, which is one of the factors that sealed the fate of these hunters. With the current state of the nation, only uniformed officials can legally possess weapons, and they're let go. And what should the government do in this case? Hunters cannot be found without their ordained guns, but then what can be done to prevent this kind of incident from happening?
Well, the thing is this. Vigilante groups popped up all over the country because of the threat of herdsmen and all kinds of bandits, who are operating in the ungoverned spaces of the country. And of course, when they are going to help, they have to carry some form of arms. Yes, some of them are supposed to be hunters and carrying game guns, which they use in their hunting, not to fight the bandits. Now, if that is the situation, then they should have a very strong link with the police, where as hunters, if they observe that there are some kind of movement, of some people, unknown people, then they could be the eyes and ears and, also report down to the police and tell them, look, this is what we have seen. They are not supposed to engage, okay? They are not supposed to engage. So if they are supposed to engage, as most of them are now doing, then the form of arms that they are going to carry is supposed to improve. Because you cannot be fighting a bandit with AK-47s while you are carrying game guns. It's not done, It's like carrying a knife to a gunfight. So we will expect that when these things are, being formalized, then you should go ahead and register them. And if you register them, then you should also provide arms for them,
register
so that you know the control of what is happening before they can really possess those arms and ammunition.
There's now fear of a reprisal. Matter of fact, there's a video circulating online where a young man from the north has threatened that if the issue is not properly handled by the government, they will take revenge on southerners in the northern state. What should the government do to avert looming disaster?
Well, I think that's a good job for the Minister of Information and Public Orientation to do. Because like I told you, there are fundamental, root causes. And you will see that this particular incident in Uwani has brought out other things, like religious intolerance, ethnicity, where people don't, these are root causes. These are things that they have in them that, they've not been able to express openly. And when things like this happen, then they start talking. I saw that video, where the guy was talking about killing of Southerners because they are Muslims, and anybody who insults their leader is supposed to be killed and stuff like that. I think that we should be past that kind of rhetoric, and we should be able to, adjust people's mind to change that kind of narrative. Because if we allow these things to fester, like I said, many Christians were killed in the north, nothing really happened. And then of course, when there is a killing in the south, then you see a lot of people coming out, and then even the governor of Kano State was really talking tough the other day. But the root causes have to be addressed. It is not what we are just seeing. Those ones are symptoms. The root causes of ethnicity, the root causes of religious intolerance have to be looked into properly to avoid this kind of situation in the future.
Finally, the Edo State government says 14 people have been arrested and moved to Abuja for interrogation. That's 14 people arrested in connection to the crime. What protective measures should be adopted, and what steps can be taken to ensure improved working relations between the government and local security outfits? I know you mentioned certain steps, but now in terms of enhancing intelligence gathering and response strategies against criminal elements in the country.
Oh, well, the governor has taken some steps to make sure that, this illegality, because, of course, jungle justice is an illegal thing to do. And, of course, they've been arrested, they've been taken for interrogation, but that's not where it should end. I think this it's time to now gather these vigilantes or whoever, and then sit down with them, and then, of course, properly seek some advice from either the DSS and the police to make sure that they structure the vigilante properly. Who is going to supervise them? What is their communication systems? Who do they report to? And stuff like that. So this is the best time to do that, because if you just arrest some people because tempers are high, and then you allow people the vigilantes to continue until they meet another set of people again with guns and ammunition, then there is nothing we can do about it, because people are angry. People have lost their family members, and you cannot overlook that. And if the vigilantes are being formed to take care of that situation, then the government should come in and, of course, formally structure them, because we don't want them to go into illegality, but we want the services they provide. So let us formalize this, and then, of course, create certain structures, communication lines and stuff like that for them.
Well, as we speak, the community is tempers are high, like you mentioned, in the community. They are scared of reprisal, and hopefully the government controls the situation before that reprisal is carried out, which will be far worse. Mr. Dennis Amakri, former Assistant Director at the Department of State Services, we appreciate you sharing your thoughts on the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, that's it on this episode of the program. Thank you for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV360 Sport Anniversary Edition. Today I'll be your anchor and we'll talk about something interesting in the world of sport. I'm sure a lot of people are wondering that what's happening to the world of women. I mean, the sport has been in the country for a very long time. We've seen it participated at the African Games where we had the Nigerians that represented us in the past. And we also had at the National Sport Festival and the National Youth Games. And one of the athletes that represented the country, our state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin is our guest today. Actually, one of our guests today. It's good to have you, Treasure Chike, on the program.
I'm so happy to be here.
Do you know, how do you feel? Because I just introduced you that you've represented your state at the National Youth Games in Ilorin. Which state was that?
That was
Anambra State. Can you tell us what it means for you to stand tall to an athlete that you're representing Anambra State as a very young girl? Tell us about that experience.
Well, I started when we went for youth games last year. Me, Wisdom, and Excel, we competed for Anambra State. So I got silver on power tumbling, and Excel got bronze, and also Wisdom got bronze. So yeah, I was really happy.
What I feel, because a lot of viewers out there watching us, some of them are encouraging now. I mean, if I ask you how you started gymnastics, you tell us, are you happy that you're a gymnast?
Yes. Since I saw my mom and dad starting gymnastics when I was little, I always had a passion for gymnastics. I loved the sport, and well, I had the genetics in my blood. So I started gymnastics when I was 4, but I started real gymnastics started with flipping myself when I was 6 years old.
Interesting. You said something like it's hereditary. I mean, your mom represented the country in an African Games. She came out with a bronze medal at that event, and I think she was once the team captain of Team Nigeria. What's your biggest motivator? I know both of them are your coach, your mom or your dad?
To be honest, I would say my mom.
Okay.
Because my dad already stopped gymnastics a long time ago, so he came back as a coach. But I still see my mom do flipping and stuff, so she was like my highest motivation.
And how do you feel about it?
Well, I feel happy, and I feel good to have my coach as my dad and mom, so I can be able to trust them more.
Okay. Now let's not start. Tell us how you started gymnastics. I'm sure was gymnastics your first choice of any sport you want to participate? Just tell us how you started gymnastics.
That was really back then in Benin. My mom and dad used to go to the stadium and they train and coach. So sometimes when I'm free, I just go with them and I see people flipping and I enjoy the sport. So me, I also want to participate in it. So I just run, jump and do some stuff, and then my dad would start clapping for me and be like, oh yeah, you can do it. Then I started playing when I was 6, and then my dad actually put more effort for me to start the sport, and then I started it and I was good at it.
Interesting. Well, I know there are a lot of challenges when it comes to sport like this, and part of the challenges is combining education with sport. How old are you now?
Right now I'm 12.
Okay, combining sport, how do you do to combine going to the national youth games, one gymnastic competition or the other, still in school? How did you, because it's a very task for some to combine sports and education. How were you able to do that?
That is true, yes, it's true. Well, my dad once said one thing, that it is more to look to space your education, that if he wants, he could stop the sport, but he wants me to get my education. So he also wants me to get gymnastics as a side effect, so that when I grow, I can also have my own career. So, well, I can add them together because I train before. When I come back from school, I train in the evening. And early in the morning around coach. I just do some fitness around outside. But now I train on Saturdays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
So before we let you go, because we'll be talking to so many of your likes today, we've talked about Truly Treasure. We have Labokola in the house and another young boy, and also the man everybody knows of, a gymnastic person in the country. You know, your dad is also one of the part of the show. So encourage people out there to participate in gymnastics.
Well, I will tell them that it's a really good sport and they should try it. It helps your brain activate, like it helps you get active. You know, some people they're just naturally dull, so gymnastics can actually make you active, and it also helps you educationally.
Okay.
So, and it gives you more, like it makes you a star. When you go for a competition, you win, you'll be happy, and people will look up to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Treasure. I wish I can just hold on to you throughout the program, but I need to talk to other colleagues just that not about you. So let's go for a quick break. We've been talking to Treasure Cheke. She represented Anambra in the national games. She has won many medals for herself. And if you Google Ocheke, you probably see that so many of the Ocheke participating in gymnastics, and she's just one of them. So we go for this quick break. A very short break. When we come back, we have some of these young visitors. Yeah, welcome back. We're just joining us. We'll be talking about gymnastics. Our earlier guest is Treasure Ocheke, and the newest guest we have in the house is Olubikola Alasise. She's 7 years old, and she has been involved in gymnastics. It's good to have on the show.
Thank you.
So, why did you choose gymnastics?
Because it was pretty fun and it could get me very fit.
Okay, because
it's really fun and it'll make me very fit.
Okay, so what part of gymnastics do you participate in? Which of them do you participate in?
I participate in
flipping, the tumbling. Which of them do you participate in?
Both.
Okay. Now tell us one thing you like about gymnastics and the other sports like swimming, football, table tennis. Why did you decide to go for gymnastics?
Because it's very fun.
Okay.
And you have to be serious doing it. And you can also have fun doing it.
Oh, you can also have fun doing it. So do you want to be a gymnast when you grow up?
Yes.
You told you that your mom, who has been encouraging you to be a gymnast? Tell us, because a lot of girls out there are looking at you and this is a star, because there's a star in the making already, because you've been participating in events, haven't you? So tell us more about gymnastics. Is it your dad that's been encouraging you, or your mom?
Both.
Okay, tell us about it.
They're encouraging me like, good job. And they're also clapping for whenever I do competition.
Whenever you do competition?
Yes.
So what happens when you do competition? Tell us.
Like, you have to, like the judges are very strict. You have to, like, there's going to be a lot of people there.
Okay. So are you always shy when you say that people there?
Yes.
So are you
it's
shy?
like it gives me a heart attack.
So how did you overcome that attack? Tell us, how do you overcome that attack?
Because I've been doing consistency.
And have you ever won gold medals in any of them?
Yes.
And is there a competition you're looking for to? How is school? You're a gymnast, you go to school, you're a gymnast, you go to school. How do you combine the two of them?
I also do gymnastics in my school.
Wow! Gymnastics in your school. So tell us, who encouraged you? Your teacher? Who encouraged you that?
My coach.
Tell us how they encourage you.
Like I do stunts in school, like something I do in the gym.
Okay. So who encouraged you the most in the gym?
My coaches and my siblings and my mother.
What what's the future ambition like? Do you want to be a gymnast, or do you want to be a doctor, or you want to be an engineer, or even while you're a doctor, you also want to be a gymnast?
I really want to be a singer. And I also want to be a footballer.
Also want to be a footballer. So which one's coming first? Gymnastics or football?
Gymnastics.
Oh, gymnastics. That's great. So, the competition coming in April. You know, there's a competition coming in April.
April 12.
April 12. So what are you doing to get the medal there?
I'm going to do my routine.
Okay.
I'm going to do vault.
Okay.
That's
all. So you're only participating in vault
and floor.
and floor. So have you won any medal there?
Yes.
Tell us when you won medal in those categories.
The group of bronze, silver, gold, that they're scoring us, like our perfection.
Okay. We'll be speaking with Olubokala Natishi. She is just 7 years old, and you can see how excited she is in participating in it. Like I said, these are just the other young gymnasts still with us in the studio, so we're still going to talk to one of them. Before we now go straight to the coach to tell us why he has been putting all his effort together. So we have this also quick break we need to go to so that we can get the coach and also the young boy who is doing well for himself. Welcome back. We've got Excel Ocheke, a National Youth Games medalist last year. That was in Delta State, and still about gymnastics. Tell us how you came across gymnastics.
I came across gymnastics 2 years ago in Benin. Before I started going to the stadium, I was practicing gymnastics with my siblings at home. Little by little, my mom introduced me to the stadium. I started going to the stadium, and I was very good at the sport, like very, very good. Then I was the captain of my team. Gradually, I went to youth games, 2022 youth games. I got 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. I got a gold in best all round, silver in floor, and silver in vault. So
you're talking like a champion. So tell us, what has been the medals when your name was called and the medal was on your neck at the weekend? Tell us how it feels like, this moment of excitement.
Well, I felt very great, like wow, this is my first national medal. Like my father has been doing gymnastics in his own time. It was the best at his own time. Like me now, I want to be better than my father when I grow up. I want to make my friends proud. So it feels very great.
And I know the feelings when your name is called. And now tell us, what's the future like? What's your plan because you know, what's the plan for the future? Do you want to be a gymnast? Do you want to be at the Olympics? What's your plan?
Like I see right now, I can see myself at the Olympics and being better than my father in his own time. I want to make my parents proud. And my father can coach my side. I believe I can be very good. I'll be greater than him. I will achieve more goals than I have right now. So
you talk like a good getter. So what's the plan? There's a game coming up. There's an event coming up in May, and it's about young lads coming together to participate in gymnastics. Do you have a target in mind?
Yeah, my goal there is to be the best among the best. I want to, go compete, take my medals, make my parents proud. I want to go and be the best of all best.
So let me ask you, have you maybe combined school with gymnastics? You read, you go to school today, you go to the gym. Just tell us.
My father used to say education comes first. So when I was back there in Benin, when I come out from school, I'll go to the stadium, everyday routine. Then my dad and the sport commission had quarrels, so we stopped going to the stadium. Then last year we went for youth games in Delta State. So we came to Lagos, we trained, then we went back to Delta State and compete. We won our medals, we came back home. So
your sister is Treasure Ocheke.
Yeah.
So between you and Treasure, who is better when it comes to gymnastics?
It's me, but when it comes to coaching and catching, it's Kevin.
I didn't answer that question, but I know that she also has something to say. Thank you very much for being part of giving us your time. And in the future, we hope to see you at the All African Games, the Olympics, and the Commonwealth Games. Thank you very much for yourself. Thank you for your time. I'm sure you've been enjoying that time about gymnastics. And the last guest on the show is a face known to gymnastics in the country at the National Games and the National Sports Festival, Michael Ocheke. He has also worked on 7 pieces gymnastics. He has been in the country, out of the country, and he has a lot of young lads to talk about when it comes to gymnastics. He is the brain behind many gymnastics events, tournaments in the country. So we welcome, after this break, we welcome Ocheke to tell us about the future of gymnastics in the country. Okay, still on 360 Sport and still talking about gymnastics. I have a man that is well known in gymnastics in the country. I'm talking about Michael Ocheke. He's a coach, and everything that has to do with gymnastics in the country, if there's one man you need to ask, the man is by my side. It's good to have you on the show after a long while.
Thank you very much, my brother.
So how's been the world of gymnasts?
Well, what can I say? We've been like paused for a bit, okay. But I believe after the elections, we're going to have a fresh start again and have something good to talk about in this country about gymnastics.
So the gymnastics election is ongoing or very different?
No, I think it's after the National Sports Festival because we need an office to run everything, and I believe the position still stands until after the National Sports Festival in May. Okay. Then we'll have a fresh elections, and I believe whoever that's going to be coming in, I don't have a candidate, but whoever's coming in,
are you vying for a post?
No, right now I've been on my own for a bit to grow my club and make things happen.
Okay, make things happen. And if you just join us or if you're watching us, those young lads that you saw earlier are being trained and coached by Michael Ocheke. So tell us, do you think we still have that future, that name when it comes to gymnastics in Africa?
Yes, let me start with the word yes, because if you look and see, like we saw a couple of minutes ago, these ones have given themselves to gymnastics, and we train them, build them for the tomorrow. Okay. And that tomorrow we're talking about is not, we came from somewhere yesterday. Our tomorrow then is now, and we never achieved or attained the Olympics. But what we have seen, we've learned from our mistakes. We don't depend on the government for everything, and we see that there's a way out. Okay. And when there's a way out, we need to push these kids and make sure they come out to fill up where we did not fill. The Olympics is our goal, and these kids are ready to go there. And I'm ready, me and my team of coaches, doing our best with the help and assist of their parents. For these passionate parents that have seen what we can do and believe in their children, believe in our work. So we're working together hand in hand with the parents, and hopefully, possibly, we're going to get there to the Olympics.
Yeah, and for someone that we have been to the top when it comes to gymnastics in the country, what are the challenges, even challenges to the support that you think some of these parents or the lads, the young lads, the boys, the girls are facing, and what are the major challenges for them?
Well, everybody will say money. It is all about finances. You know, if you have a well-equipped gymnastics hall today, and you have all coaches available, the equipment are there, definitely you see these kids doing amazing things. The Europeans, the Asians, they have just one head as we do. I mean, the world was surprised to see a Nigerian in the Olympics, last Olympics. Ocheke was there, in Tokyo, to compete for Nigeria. He was the first Nigerian gymnast to be in the Olympics. Well, fortunately for him, he was born and brought up in the US, where there's facilities and he has an endorsement. Everything was available for him to train. He was training with the best. Simon Biles, the GOAT of them all, was training in the same gym with Ocheke. So why wouldn't he perform or improve to do that? So if we have some support, that is why we are doing this. That's why Mayrock Gymnastics is here right now. With the caliber of parents that I have that is pushing in to make sure things work, I am sure we will have a better standard gym in less than no time, where we can train and bring up gymnasts that will represent this country, and not just represent this country, but get medals, even at the Olympics.
You've been organizing tournaments. I mean, now TV360 was running tournaments in the UK for some time in the past. We also know that Slovak tournament is always fun when it comes to you organizing tournament. But we also know that there's a tournament coming up in June, in April 12th. Right? What's the purpose of the tournament? Is it going to be different from every other tournament?
Okay, that's a very good question. Thank you, Mr. Model. The thing is, we've attended so many competitions lately. Now, I will give it up for all those organizers. They have been trying their best to do well. In fact, it's more better than what we get at the national level. I stand with no disrespect, but you know, at the national level, everything is depending on what the ministry is giving. So they have to manage the funds to organize the competitions, and these are national levels. But what we do here at the club level, it's amazing. The organizing is very, very tough. But even still, what we get from there, I think it's not enough. So from what we've gathered so far, from what we've seen our experience, we want to show the world that Nigeria is still a sporting nation. A nation where gymnastics can thrive. You know, it is not a competition where I will just come and just do those jamborees because it's a level system. No. You come, what you get, what you do is what you get. The judges, professional judges, the atmosphere we're going to be using, the podium, the hall, the equipment, it's going to be amazing. We want to discover talent. The award, we're going to be awarding the best gymnast, both cash award and sponsorship. You know, we were looking to take gymnastics to another level. So when people come for this competition and they see what they will see, they will go back and make sure they are going to improve in what they will be doing too.
Another thing I also noticed about your career and also is that some of your gymnasts and they end up representing states in the national level at the games. I don't know how to repeat, but Lagos State probably going to host the next national games next year. That was from the governor of the state, if that happens or it doesn't happen. Are you expecting some of these your gymnasts to also represent that? Because that's one thing about what I know you do. So is there going to be, apart from the ones we know already, are there going to be new faces that will represent various states? Because I know there was a certain time one lady represented Kano State and I'm sure that's from you. Some other states were, you know. So are we also expecting that? Because that's going to be the best. Where after the gymnast and say, oh, this girl was here and she's now representing Lagos State and all that.
Thank you very much. You see, for a couple of years now, what I do is I am a team of coaches. We train the gymnasts. We make sure they are ready for competition, not just competing, for winning. And we push them to different states. We don't just put them in one state and just let that state take all the glory. So, okay, you and you compete for this state, you and you compete for the other state. And at the end of the day, what you win, the glory goes to the state, each of the states. And for a while, I've been in Lagos, and even the facility I'm using, one of the facilities we're using as a club, it's a facility of Lagos State. You know, and for us to be doing that, we need to give back to Lagos State. I have an understanding with the secretary of the state gymnastics association, and I told her that yes, we're going to give you good gymnasts that will get medals at the next national youth game, which we're working on, and I believe that will come to a manifest.
Okay. Thinking about the future, lastly, before I let you go, and tell us more. Tell us more about that, the date and the time of that gymnastics, because you've told us the benefit of it. Tell us when it's taking place and the exact moment and time.
It's going to be on the 12th of April this year, and in fact, we're looking at next weekend. After this weekend, next weekend, and it's going to be taking place at Beehive School in Agidingbi, Keja.
Okay. How many schools, how many gymnastics shows we expect?
We're expecting nothing less than 200 gymnasts, and we are expecting parents and judges and coaches from different parts of Nigeria, from Abuja.
A day event.
Yes, it's going to be a day event. There are clubs coming from Abuja, there are clubs coming from Ondo State, Akure, and Port Harcourt, and the rest are from Lagos here. And I believe it's going to be a massive event. These numbers are for clubs. Schools numbers we are not starting yet. But I believe it to be probably around 60 to 70. So in a nutshell, we're looking at more than 270 gymnasts.
What has been the motivating factor? I need to ask you because I was saying, you gymnastics, and all that.
You can see
motivating factor?
Gymnastics to me is a life, not a job. When I was little, when I was studying gymnastics in the 90s, I wanted to go to the Olympics. I had this dream. I trained to a level whereby they compared me to the best in the world at the time on the floor. Now, on floor and vault, I was the best in the country, not just best in the country. In the continent, I was the best. But I didn't go to the Olympics. I didn't make it to the Olympics. Because unfortunately, even my wife was started training. Her goal was to go to the Olympics, but no. I led my team to the first ever team medals in Congo Brazzaville 2015. I was a captain and I led my team. So did my wife in 2019. She was a captain of the team and she led them to their first ever medal too at Brazil. Yes, but unfortunately we couldn't go. Now my children, I want to take them and other kids I'm training to that same Olympics. I want to go there. That is my drive. If I didn't go there to win, I will go there as a coach to compete. If my gymnasts are winning, then I'm more than a winner.
Yeah. It's good to have you on the show. Thank you very much. Obviously, we'll be talking to you during the events and afterwards about the events. Thank you very much. It's a moment of gymnastics for those of us who are watching you, and we want to be part of the show. You can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of where the conversation never ends. And let's not forget, April 12 is a day you need to keep in mind where gymnastic events is taking place, and we probably get the reports of some of these stories on our news bulletin about the event that's taking place in April. So thank you very much. Thanks for watching.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون ليلة كاملة ما نمت. فانت برضه بنقدر نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة ربنا كاتبها وانت قاعد في زمن طويل وموجود اليوم ده الليلة اليوم ده جا وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بتجي له والله ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تستفيد كل الاحداث عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel, that this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties, all parts of society
Hello and welcome. Nigeria's former ruling party, People's Democratic Party, PDP, is in serious trouble. In fact, it's been like that now since the last general election. It's just that the problem now appears to be getting worse. Now, what you would liken to, well, maybe a political earthquake has just hit the party. The governor of Delta State, Sheriff Oborowori, his predecessor, Ifeanyi Okowa, who, by the way, was the PDP vice presidential candidate in the 2022 general election, the legislative arm of the state government, as well as the entire local government chairman of the state, and even the state executive of the PDP have all defected to the ruling All Progressives Congress APC. Now, this kind of wholesale defection is not common in Nigeria. It's a significant power shift in the state's political landscape. Now, Delta State has been under the firm grip of the PDP since 1999, when democracy returns to the country. But today it's now an APC state, no thanks, of course, to the internal crisis rocking the PDP. The announcement was made on Wednesday, April the 23rd, following a high-powered stakeholder meeting at the government house in Asaba. The meeting was actually attended by the governor, his predecessor, state lawmakers, and party executive, etc. Now, Senator James Manager, a long-time PDP member and one-time chair of the party, announced the decision after the meeting. Also speaking, the State Commissioner for Works and Public Information, Charles Anyago, explained that the defection was a strategic move aimed at aligning the state with a party that can better drive its development agenda and meet the aspirations of the people of Delta State. He said remaining in the PDP under the current realities would have stalled the progress Delta State has achieved in recent years. Now, this defection followed a disclosure by former Deputy Senate President Obioma Agege back in February this year that 10 PDP lawmakers in Delta State House of Assembly were set to defect to the APC. Now, at the time, Omo Agege declared that the PDP's dominance in Delta State was rapidly crumbling. So this movement signals a watershed moment for Delta politics, marking the first time since 1999 that a sitting governor and a former governor have abandoned the PDP for another political party. The APC now controls 3 states in the South-South, just as the PDP. Well, joining me now from Lagos to discuss more on this is the PDP chieftain, Dr. Adetokunbo Pierce. Doc, thank you very much for coming on the program, and thanks for your time. Are you shocked by this development?
No, I am not shocked by this development. There is nothing new under the sun. We have seen wars in the PDP. You remember in 2015, when virtually all our governors from the north decided to leave the party. Those who left the party included Atiku Abubakar, Senate President Seraki. So many powerful people left the party in 2015. They left the PDP to go to the APC. That is why APC is existing today. In spite of that tsunami, PDP is still standing. When we had the 2019 election, by some people's estimation, PDP actually won that election. But for Atiku's gentleman's agreement with Buhari, it could have been that Atiku actually won 2019 in spite of what has happened to PDP in 2015. So what is happening now does not scare us. We are concerned, we are worried, particularly because the lack of morality involved in the crossings. You see, everything has to be put and explained in context. What is happening in Delta State is very clear. Okowa is going to APC under pressure, under coercion, under threat of being prosecuted by EFCC. We all know that. So if that is what is going on, and when you were asking Delta, why did everybody, including the governor and the assembly, go with him? Because he is the leader of the party. He made the party. Basically owns the party in the state. The governor is just a puppet he put in there. All the assemblymen are people that he put in place. So if he's going to jail, and they don't want him to go to jail, and APC says, Okowa, if you don't want to go to jail, you better cross. And when you cross, you bring everybody with you, the governor and the whole assembly. That is what is going on in Delta State. The people of Delta State...
You're literally saying, what you're saying now, Doctor, is that, look, the members, the governor, the entire lawmakers, the entire local government chairman, and even the chairman of the PDP, the executive of the PDP in the state, decided to make this move just because
yes, that is what I'm saying. And listen, this is what happens in Nigeria. When a governor is in power for long, and Okowa has been a powerhouse there, he put all of these people in place. The same thing that Wike did in Rivers State. And what is going on? Everybody in the assembly were people that Wike put in place. So when they said they wanted to support Wike, they're going to go to APC, they moved. So this is how the politics is played. It's unfortunate. Very disgraceful.
Are you also bothered? Are you bothered that there are reports and unconfirmed reports though that more governors are likely to join the APC from the PDP?
Each one, two things. First, I told you that we have seen things like this before. We have seen wars in the PDP. With leaders like Atiku and Seraki leaving the party, so many of them. 2015, PDP survived. PDP survived. Let me tell you something. Delta State or Akwa Ibom State, wherever any governor decides to go to APC or leave the party, it does not mean that the people, the voters of that state are going with them. I guarantee you that these guys going into APC in Delta State, Sheriff may not get a second term. Because the people are these people, if you look at the social media, it's agog with comments that, okay, if you want to support Tinubu, who has destroyed the economy of this country, who has made us more insecure than ever before, who is more ethnocentric than even the ethnocentric Master Buhari, then if you want to support him, you are go and support him. We are not supporting him, and if you are not careful, we won't even support you. So this is the problem, this is the situation we have now. I'm not worried. For any governor who wants to go, let us look at that particular governor and why they are making the move.
But don't you also think that the problem within your party is also,
that is just an excuse. Look at manager talking. Manager is not a member of PDP. How long a manager is not the one that was frustrating for Buhari some years back? So, look, let's get it straight. When you hear people who are not members of PDP, people who do not wish PDP
I'm surprised you would say Senator James Manager is not a member of the PDP. He was a member of the PDP until that defection happened.
Until which defection?
Well, the defection that just happened.
No. He has been a puppet of the APC for a long time. And let me tell you, what is going on you should look at the morality of it. In 2015, when Atiku and Seraki and Co. decided to leave the PDP, it was on principle that they are not going to support Jonathan for another term. Not that Jonathan was a bad president, not that he was a failed president, not that he destroyed the economy of the country and destroyed the security of the country and he was ethnocentric. It was a political move on principle that it is the turn of the North. That's what happened. And they left the PDP. What is the reason for Kowa leaving the PDP? Tell me, what can he say to the Nigerians that he's leaving the PDP? It's good riddance to bad rubbish. But I pity him because he's under coercion, under pressure. So anybody who wants to leave, let us x-ray the individual and look at the reasons they are leaving. And then
a lot of people are leaving. A lot of people are leaving your party. In fact, even in Kano State, we've seen people leave. We've seen people leave in some other places, and
people are leaving NMPP and going elsewhere. People are leaving Labour and coming to PDP. People are leaving APC and coming to PDP and going to Labour. This thing happens.